Hello everyone, welcome to JIB English Medium. So first of all, congratulations for clearing your IIFS and PPB exams. Now it's time for AFM. Okay? So first of all, please confirm about the audio and video quality so that we can start our session. First of all, please confirm. Good evening everyone. Please confirm about the audio and video quality. All okay? Okay. So, as you know, tomorrow is our AFM. So, before we start today's Maha Revision, do remember this session will be conducted by me and Niharika ma'am. Okay. Some basic points you need to take with you for your AFM. Number 1, please don't lose your confidence. Okay. Next thing, you need to take your calculator for tomorrow. Third thing, whatever you know the best thing. So, leave if you are not knowing any part or something, and if you are getting doubt that what will happen tomorrow, just leave it for tomorrow. Just revise what we are revising with you. Try to participate in this session and try to subscribe this channel, because this channel will provide you not only this JIB, CIB and bank promotion, all the 3 things in this particular channel only. So please subscribe, share this link so that AFM candidates, especially the English language candidates, can get the benefit of this Maha Revision before AFM exam. So watch this series tonight. After that, we are going to upload the Chalisa also. Maha Revision plus Chalisa, and you are ready for your exams. Chaliye. So with this, again, one more very important thing, that if you want any particular session, that you are not getting confidence in any particular module or in any particular session you want, like PYQ or anything, you can use this virtual library link, which is available in your description also. Try to download this, because in that we are providing you the link also and notes also. Chaliye. And from now, we are going to take our revision. So, first is match the following. Good evening everyone once again. First question is, your match the following. One side your Ind AS number, next side their name. You need to match which standard Ind AS talks about and what is their name. In this we need to identify their name. So, these are the options A, B, C, D. You need to identify that which option is your correct option. First talks about Ind AS 23. Okay. So Ind AS 23 talks about borrowing cost. See, in this they don't want any explanation on anything. They want their name or number. They can ask vice versa. Okay. So they can give you the number, or they can give you the match the following, or they can ask based on the name that which standard talks about which particular Ind AS. So as per Ind AS 23, we talk about what? We talk about borrowing cost. As per this, we talk about Ind AS 23 talks about borrowing cost. Okay. Next, Ind AS 102. Ind AS 10 talks about, tell me. That talks about share-based payment. What about others? What about others? Ind AS 103, that talks about business combination. And 108, that talks about operating segment. Okay, so this is correct match. So as per this, your correct option is first 1, B 4, C third, and D second. So your correct option is your option C. Okay, your correct option is option C. They can ask you for 0.5, they can ask this type of questions for 1 marks, they can ask you for 2 marks. So you need to remember, because they are direct type of questions. Okay, please try to save your marks in this type of questions. Chaliye. Next, which of the following statements correctly outlines the entire accounting process in the right order? A. Recording, measuring the identified transactions, identification of financial transactions and events, summarizing, classifying, analysis and interpretation. Option B. Identification of financial transaction events, measuring the identified transactions, recording, classifying, summarizing, analysis and interpretation. C. Measuring the identified transactions, classifying, recording, identification of financial transactions and events. Then we finally do some analysis and interpretation, and finally summarizing. Next, classifying, recording, summarizing, analysis and interpretation, identification of financial transactions and events. Then we do measuring the identified transaction. So what we do in this? In this we want, they are asking about the right accounting process. How we start this accounting and how we end this accounting. Tell me, here we have 4 options. Out of these 4 options, so when we talk about accounting, okay, so how it starts? Firstly, we identify. Firstly, we do identification whether business transaction is there or not. And if we see, yes, there is a business transaction and that is represented with the help of your money, monetary transactions you have, then only you proceed with your recording part. With your recording part. Okay, you make your primary book, that is journal. Then you do the posting. That is what? That is classifying. After recording in your books, what you do? You do the posting in journals, ledgers. Okay. After that, you start preparing your final accounts. You start preparing your final accounts in which you prepare the balance sheet P&L with the help of trial balance. Okay, so the trial balance is what? Trial balance prepared after ledger but before final accounts, so that you can match your arithmetic accuracy. Remember the nature of your trial balance, that in that you need to match the arithmetical accuracy of your transactions that you already performed in this classification. Classification makes what? This makes your ledger. Okay. Recording is used for journalizing, which you do under journal book. Then after this final accounts, you use ratios. Finally, with that, you can make the final conclusions. Finally, you can analyze your past performance, your future performance, your budgets. So as per this, let's repeat again. So as per they are saying recording. Measuring the identified transactions? No. Firstly, we need to do what? Firstly, we need to identify the transactions. So this is wrong. Let's hold B1. Let's talk about C1. Measuring the identified transactions? Okay. Classifying? No. We are not directly classifying. Firstly, we need to record in our primary book. Which primary book? Our journal book. Okay. So again, this is wrong. Let's see the D1. Classifying? No. Before identification, how you can do the classification? Now let's see the B1. Identification of financial transactions and events? Yes, in which we are finding if it is a business transaction and that is your monetary transaction. If yes, then you go for identify transactions that you do. Then you record it, classify it, summarize, and analysis and interpretation. You use after summarizing, after preparation of final accounts, that is your summarizing. After your final accounts, you do the ratio calculations and finally give the interpretation. So your correct option is B. Okay? Yes, everyone, correct. Correct option is your B option. Chaliye. Now let's see the next one. Next. All scheduled commercial banks are required to comply with Ind AS for preparing financial statements from 1st April dash A 2020, B 21, C 2022, D not yet decided. Listen, very important thing. This is from your IAA PF MCQ. Okay? So this is quite important. MCQ. Tell me. Okay, sure, ma'am. Yes, there is no such date present for this scheduled commercial banks requirement. There is no such compliances or regulations for Ind AS in case of banks. So correct answer is your D option. This can ask you for 0.5 marks. Next. At the recording stage, the dash ensures that transactions are recorded based on their actual cost, while the dash restricts accounting to those items that can be measured in monetary items. At the reporting stage, the dash ensures that expenses are matched with the revenues they help to generate. The dash assumes that the business will continue to operate indefinitely, while the dash promotes reporting all material information that could influence users' decision. So this question is basically from your second unit, in which we talks about the basics. Okay. In this you need to find out the correct option. No sir, because in this I am covering your A and D, so there will be slight changes, otherwise the concepts, otherwise the theory will be same. Okay. The formation of questions might differ, otherwise everything will be same. Tell me. So in this you need to fill this blanks 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as per the different concepts. So let's read the first one. At the recording stage, the dash ensures that the transactions are recorded based on their actual cost. Okay, so that is what? That is our cost concept. Okay, that is our cost concept. Next, while the dash restricts accounting to those items that can be measured in monetary terms, that is what? That is your monetary measurement. That is your monetary measurement. Okay. Third, at the reporting stage, dash ensures that the expenses are matched with the revenues they help to generate. Means they are doing the matching. Okay, whatever expenses you are doing or whatever revenue you are generating, that must be equal to your expenses of that particular period. Okay, and tell me, for that period in which we tell now that you need to follow 12 months. So that is given by which concept? That for every business we need to follow the 12 months rule. That is given by which concept? That is given by which concept? That every business needs to follow one specific time period, that is around 12 months. That is given by that is given by accounting period concept. Okay. This is the concept given under your accounting period concept. Now, so the third one is your what? Your matching. Third one is your matching. Okay. If we talk about the fourth one, the dash assumes that the business will continue to operate indefinitely. Means there is no limited life. There is no specific limited life. Whenever you start your business, you always consider that your business will go on perpetually. So that is what? That is your going concern. That is your going concern. While the dash promotes reporting all material information that could influence users' decision. That is what? Can you tell me? That is our full disclosure. Okay, so as per this, your correct answer is your option A. Chali. So there are few stages that we need to remember. So basically we divide the stages in two parts. One is your recording stage, next is your reporting stage. Okay. So under recording stage we have like cost concept. Then we have the money measurement. Cost concept, whatever cost you are paying, that we need to record. For actual purchasing, what you are paying the cost, that is what given by the cost concept. Next you have money measurement concept. Okay. Whatever amount you are paying, that needs to be measured in terms of money. Then only you are going to record in your books. Next, business entity concept. Business entity concept means your business is different from your owner. That is what business entity concept says. Next is realization concept. Whatever entries, whatever transactions you are doing in this particular time period, you need to realize it. Okay? If it belongs to the future, you need to make the prescribed entry. That is what realization concept. Then dual aspect and concept means what? If there is a debit, that will be equal to your credit. That is what dual aspect concept. Historical record concept. If you are purchasing any machinery, okay, for suppose 5 lakh rupees, after 4 years, if you are valuing it and you are seeing that same machine is available for 2 lakh, so you cannot change it to 2 lakh. You need to record at the time whatever you paid. That is what historical record concept. So these are the stages under your recording stage. Next we have reporting stage, like going concern concept. There is no life decided before you start any business. That is what going concern concept. Matching concept again talks about that your debit, whatever expenses you are showing, that must be equal to your expenses side. Okay. Counting period concept, that is what 12 months, and generally in India we follow April to March. This is what accounting period concept. Then conservatism, this is also known as prudence. Whatever loss you are estimating, that you need to record itself today itself. But if you are assuming that you might see some profit, there is no eligibility to record that profit in your books. So that is what given under your convention of conservatism. Full disclosure, you need to give proper information to your stakeholders. You cannot hide any important thing, but not the confidential thing you need to disclose to your stakeholders, but all the important things you need to give them. After that, materiality. That depends from business to business. For some business, 10,000 is very important. For some business, 10,000 is not at all that much important. So that is what materiality. Then consistency. If you are following under depreciation WDV method, you need to follow for n number of years unless and until you find some better method of valuation. So that is what convention of consistency. This is given under your reporting stage. So they can ask you based on this stages also. So remember, under recording stage you have this side, and under reporting stage you have this side. This is very important. They can ask you based on the recording or reporting stage also. Chaliye, next question. Consider the following statements about the classification of accounts. Statement 1. A cash payment for office supplies is recorded by debiting the nominal account and crediting the real account. Statement 2. The account for a loan taken from a bank is classified under the personal account. Statement 3. Accrued expenses which are unpaid but already incurred are recorded in nominal account. 4. Depreciation charged on a fixed assets is recorded by debiting the real account. You need to find out which option is correct. Options statement 1, 3, 4, second and 4, second and third, 1, 2 and 3. Which option is your correct option? Which option is your correct option? Please tell me. As per the classification of accounts, you need to identify which statements are correct. Chaliye, let's evaluate this. First statement, it says cash payment for office supplies is recorded by debiting the nominal account and crediting the real account. Okay. So in this, what entry we will be passing? For this transaction, we are going to pass the entry like office supplies debit to cash account. So office supplies means some something related to your nominal item, some expenses you are incurring. So you are going to show that expenses on your debit side. Yes, that is true. And your cash payment, if you are doing, cash is what? Your real account. So if cash is going out, so we are following a real account rule, means that will be credited. What goes out? So as per this entry is what we are going to make. So as per this statement is correct statement. This statement is your true statement. Chaliye, let's see the second statement. The account for a loan taken from a bank is classified under the personal account. Tell me. The account for a loan taken from a bank is classified under the personal account. Personal account talks about if you are representing something. Okay? So in this, if you are taking loan from some bank, means bank is giving you loan on credit. So you need to show in your balance sheet bank name under the loan. Means bank will be shown as personal account, that is representative of loan. So that is, artificial person under your personal account. So that is why your option second is also true. Third statement, accrued expenses which are unpaid but already incurred are recorded in nominal accounts. Tell me. No. Whenever you take any loan, that is your personal. Nalina ma'am, that is your personal thing. I think you are talking about statement 2 now, ma'am. Tell me about the third statement. If there is accrued expenses which are unpaid but already incurred, so are recorded in nominal account, that is totally wrong. We show this under your personal account. Your outstanding thing, your prepaid expenses, your any accrued transaction, you show this under your personal account. Okay, next. So the third statement is your wrong. Fourth statement, depreciation charged on fixed assets is recorded by debiting the real account. Tell me. When we pass the journal entry for depreciation charged on fixed asset, what entry we pass? What entry we pass? Okay, this is your fourth. This is the wrong statement. Okay, sorry. So statement 4 talks about depreciation charged on fixed assets is recorded by debiting the real account. Yes. So what we do? Depreciation charged on fixed assets. So in this, what we make the entry if we charge depreciation account debit to fixed asset we do. Correct? So again, this entry is your wrong entry. This entry is your wrong entry. So this is your false statement. This is your false statement. Okay, let me correct one option. So suppose this is your correct option. So first and second statements are correct. No, we never pass the cash account debit to depreciation. Depreciation is your non-cash expenses. That is your non-cash expenses. Okay, remember this part. This is a non-cash expenses account. So the correct option is your option C. Statement 1 and 2 are correct, whereas third and fourth are your wrong statement. So your option C is your right option. Chali. So based on this, let's see what are the different types of accounts. We have personal, real, nominal. Okay. Personal, real, nominal, in which personal is further divided into natural personal account, artificial personal account, representative personal accounts. Under your real, we divide into tangible accounts, intangible accounts. Okay. Under which we have debit, credit. Debit means what comes in, credit means what goes out. Then we have nominal, expenses and losses, incomes and gains. So whatever expenses we show, that we show on your debit side, and for incomes and gains we use your credit side. Real account includes your tangible accounts like your land, building, plant. Okay. Intangible accounts, it includes like your copyright, trademark, expenses and losses, like you pay salary to your workers, okay, you pay some fees. This is what expenses or losses. Next is income and gains. Interest on FD. If you are manufacturing something and if you invested on the other hand, whatever interest on FD you receive, that is your incomes. So that will be your credit side. Okay. Natural persons, when you are doing transactions with natural human being, like if you are doing transaction with me, okay, if you are doing transaction with Nalini Ma'am, so we are natural persons. Artificial personal means companies, like Reliance company, so Infosys company. So these are artificial person. Next, representative personal accounts. In this, someone is representative, like outstanding. All these things are representative personal accounts. Chaliye. Next, consider the following statements regarding the classification of accounts. Statement 1. The accounts for goodwill and intangible asset is classified under real account. 2. Capital introduced by the owner is classified under personal account. 3rd, prepaid rent is recorded under nominal account. 4th, the provision for bad debts is recorded as a liability in the real account. Which options are correct in this? I will explain the depreciation part also. Don't worry, Alka ma'am, I will explain that. Chaliye, in this you need to find the correct statement. Statement 1, 3 are correct, 2 or 4 are correct, or 1 and 3 are incorrect, and 3 and 4 are incorrect. So, the accounts for goodwill, whatever goodwill you see in your books, that is your intangible asset, that is true. That is classified under your real account. Yes, this is a true statement. Okay, that is a true statement. Next is your capital introduced by the owner is classified under what? Capital introduced by the owner is classified under personal account. Yes, the answer is correct. Whenever your owner is bringing the amount, that is classified under personal account. So this is also your true statement. Let's see the third statement. Prepaid rent is recorded under nominal accounts. So whatever amount you are prepaying on rent. So prepaid expenses is again what? Nominal or personal? Tell me. Prepaid is what? Prepaid is your personal. Prepaid is your personal account. Okay, so as per this, prepaid is again your false statement. Next, we have the provision for bad debts is recorded as a liability in the real account. Whatever provision you are making, are you going to show it under the real account? No. You never show these things under the real account, whatever provision you make. This is your liability. So liabilities are not the part of real account. Under real, we show fixed assets or intangible assets. Under fixed, intangible or intangible assets we show. So this is what the classification we get. So your fourth option is also false option. So as per this, which option is your correct? So as per this, your first and which option is your correct? Second option is also your correct. And the second and fourth, I think we missed the second one in this. Okay. So in this, your first option is correct. Chaliye. Just a second. What is the statement 1 and 3 are correct? No, that is false. First, this one is false now, so this is not correct option. Second and fourth are correct. No, this is again a false. First and third, first one is true. Third one is false one. Okay? Yes, so this is also not correct. And statement 3 and 4 are not correct. Yes. Third is also wrong and fourth is also wrong. So as per this, your third and fourth is the right option. Yes. Yes, option D is your correct option. Chaliye. Next. Now we are going to talk about, consider the following statements about the different types of cash books. Statement 1, a simple cash book is used to record both cash and bank transactions. Statement 2, in a double column cash book, one column is used for cash transactions while the other is used for discount. Statement 3, a triple column cash book has 3 columns on each side to record cash, bank, discount transactions. 4th, in a petty cash book, all expenses are recorded under the Impress system and large payments like salaries are also included. What we need to do in this? What we need to do in this? They are asking the incorrect options. Hello? Option 1 says statement 1 and 4. B says statement 1, 2 and 3. C says statement 2 and 4. D says 1, 3 and 4. Means in this we need to find out that which option is your wrong option. Okay, which statement is your wrong statement? Chaliye, tell me. Which is not explaining correctly. So let's evaluate the first one. Statement 1 says simple cash book is used to record both cash and bank transaction. Is this option correct option? Tell me which options. Yes, so when we talk about simple cash book, in that we record only the cash transactions. Okay. Under the simple, we record this cash transactions. So this statement is your false statement. If we talk about the second statement, double column cash book, one column is used for cash transactions while the other is used for discounts. So under the 2 column cash book, we use one column, both the sides for cash. For the second, we use for your discount. Okay, then. Third statement. So this is also your 2 statement. Third statement, a triple column cash book has 3 columns on each side to record cash, bank, discount. Yes, this is also 2 statement. When you prepare the triple column cash book, in that you use debit side also, on your credit side also, this 3 columns, that is cash, bank and discount. Okay, in this already triple column cash book, okay, in this only triple column cash book, when we prepare 3 sides, so do you know if there is a cash entry and on the same transaction there is a bank entry? There is a cash entry, there is a bank entry. So what we call at the same time, if you are effecting on both the side of your cash book, so we call this type of entry as your contra entry. Remember this part. They can ask you. For the same business, if you are depositing in your bank account, so your cash you are depositing in bank, so that is contra entry. Okay, you are withdrawing from ATM, so you are using bank and you are taking out the cash. So again, same person is doing the entry. Your business transaction is only there. So that is again your contra entry. Okay, and your triple column cash book is used to prepare cash bank discount. Chaliye, so this is true statement. Fourth statement, petty cash book, all expenses are recorded under the implicit system and large payments like salaries and also included. So petty cash book is not used for large payments. No, for this we make P&L account. For daily expenses, small expenses, we prepare this petty cash book. And who prepares this? Petty cashier. Who handles your petty cash book? This is handled by petty cashier. Okay, so we have one main cashier and we have one petty cashier who is maintaining this petty cash book in which daily small transactions like tea purchasing, stationery purchasing. So if it is your repeating, incurring kind of expenses, so we are going to show it under your petty cash book. But large payments like your salaries, audit fees, these things are large fees. Daily you are not paying these things. So you are going to show that thing under your profit and loss account. Okay, and that will be shown under your main cash book and not under your petty cash book. So as per this, which option is your correct option out of this? This is your false statement. And they need to find out that which statements are incorrect. So your 2 and 3 says correct thing, but your first and the fourth statements are incorrect. So as per this, your A is correct option. Okay. Chaliye. See, in this we need to identify which is incorrect options. Means they are saying wrong thing only. Statements are wrong. So 2 and 3 talks correct thing. They are saying the as per rules and regulations. But first and fourth, they are saying incorrect. They are saying wrong things. Like under cash book, we never show both the accounts. In the simple cash book, under your petty cash book, we are never including this large payments. So that's why your first option is your correct option. Option A. Chaliye, so let's talk about more cash book. So generally, cash book is further divided into simple or single column cash book. Next, 2 or double column cash book talks about cash and discount. Remember this. And your 3 columnar cash book talks about cash, bank and discount. Okay? In this, you use these 3 type of cash books in your book. Then, next is your petty cash book. Petty means small payments. Petty means small, which you make every day. Okay? And whenever you want to record any large amount or bulk orders, then you use main cash book. See, I told you, if you want to record your salary or some big amount, then you are going to use main cash book. Next, therefore, many firms appoint a person known as petty cashier. As I told you, who handles your petty cash book? Your petty cashier handles such petty cash expenses. Okay? And we have 2 types of petty cash book. Simple petty cash book and columnar petty cash book. You need to remember the names. Names are important for exams. Okay. Chaliye. So we complete this cash book and petty cash book thing. Now, next question. Which of the following statements about bank reconciliation statements, that is BRS, is correct? Statement 1, BRS is prepared to reconcile the balance as per the bank column of the cash book with the balance as per the passbook. Statement 2, checks issued but not presented for payment cause the passbook to show a higher balance than a cash book. Third, bank charges debited by the bank will reduce the balance as per the passbook but will not affect the cash book. Fourth statement, checks deposited but not yet cleared by the bank will cause the cash book to show a higher balance than a passbook. Which options are correct? Only statements 1, 2 and 4 are correct. Only statement 2, 3 and 4 are correct. Third, only statements 1, 2, 3 are correct. D, all statements are correct. This question is from your BRS. And BRS is one of your very important topic. Chaliye, tell me. In this, you need to find out which options are correct. Okay, so as I can see, there are two options, A and D. So some are saying only statements 1 and 2 and 4 are correct, and D, all statements are correct. Chaliye. Okay. Option C, only statement 1, 2 and 3 are correct. Okay, so there is a confusion. Okay, chaliye. So let's evaluate one by one each option. No issues. So this question is from your bank reconciliation statement. Why we prepare bank reconciliation statement? Because whenever we prepare the cash book, which is prepared by your accountant, Hana, and on the other hand, we have our bank account also. Bank account, that is our passbook, which is handled by bank like SBI Bank, ICICI Bank. So the same entity is having a cash book which is prepared by the accountant, and on the other hand, same entity is having the bank passbook account also. So whenever there is a difference in their cash or bank balances, then we prepare the bank reconciliation statement to find out that why there is a difference in our cash book, which is prepared by the accountant and which is prepared by the by the bankers. So why there is a difference? So to find out that difference, we prepare what? Bank reconciliation statement. Okay, chali. So as per the first statement, what they say that BRS is prepared to reconcile the balance as per the bank column of the cash book with the balance as per the passbook. Yes, we compare the passbook with the cash book's bank column. In our cash book, we prepare one bank column also. Okay, one is your cash column, next is your bank column. So to match the bank column of our cash book with the passbook, we prepare this bank reconciliation statement. So the first option is your correct option. Next, statement 2. Checks issued but not presented for payment cause the passbook to show a higher balance than the cash book. In this one transaction is given as checks issued but not presented for payment. Checks issued means you need to pay to some creditor. That's why you are issuing checks issued but not presented for payment. So cause the passbook to show a higher balance. Yes, as accountant, if you talk about this is your cash book, this is your passbook. Okay, this is prepared by your accountant, this is prepared by your bank. So in this, whenever we are making an entry, okay, as we made one check for our creditor, so our accountant made the entry and the balance reduced by this particular amount, okay, whatever the check amount you prepared, so that will go down, but not presented for payment. Because of bank holiday, that check is with us only. That check is not deposited into the bank. That's why bank balance, this balance will be showing higher amount. Okay, because there is no check depositing into the bank till now. But our accountant made the entry. So that's why the passbook balance will show higher balance than the cash book. So this statement is your true statement. Chaliye next. Bank charges debited by the bank will reduce the balance as per the passbook but will not affect the cash book. But will not affect the cash book means, firstly, you are going to make the bank charges entry automatically in our passbook. है ना? Bank charges will be automatically debited in our passbook. Till the notification or till we get the statements, we are not going to aware of this statement that there is some bank charges. So that will not affect the cash book. Till we get the notification through messages, till the time we get the statement, then only we can pass the entry in this particular cash book. So there will be no effect when the bank charges are debited. So as per this, this is also a true statement. Fourth statement, checks deposited but not yet cleared by the bank will cause the cash book to show a higher balance than the passbook. Checks deposited means what? Now, some debtor gave us the check for payment. And a debtor will pay us because we sold few goods on credit. Debtor will be paying through check. So as an accountant, he will be doing instant entry in our cash book. So because we are making instant entries in our cash book, that will show higher amount. Checks deposited but not yet cleared. But again, due to holiday, bank holiday, there is no check clearance. So cash book show a higher balance than a than a passbook. So this is your correct statement again. This is your correct statement. So as per this, first, second, third, fourth, all statements are your correct statement. All statements. Remember this. Correct answer is your D answer. Chaliye. A check of 7,000 deposited into the bank was dishonored. Bank charges 1,000 were deducted by the bank. A check for 9,000 was issued but not yet presented. A direct deposit of 4,500 was credited by the bank. What is the adjusted bank balance as per the bank statement? We need to calculate. Final statement amount. Please calculate and tell me the answer. Okay, there is a line which is missing in this. Okay, so remember there is a cash balance of 20,000 you have. Okay, there is a line which is missing in this. So use cash balance as 20,000. Okay. Please solve this. There is a cash balance of 20,000. A check for 7,000 deposited into the bank was dishonored. Bank charges 1,000 were deducted by the bank. A check for 9,000 was issued but not yet presented. A direct deposit 4,500 was credited by the bank. We need to prepare the adjusted bank balance. Okay, so we have the cash balance. Okay, we have the cash balance that is 20,000. We have the cash balance which is 20,000. Okay, now first line says check of 7,000 deposited into the bank was dishonored. What happened that you deposited 7,000 check into the bank, but might be that customer is having zero balance or not up to the amount balance. Because of that, the check got dishonored. But before this dishonor, your accountant must be pass this entry in their cash book, है ना? So due to which your cash book would be showing higher amount. This is your cash book. This is your passbook. So as soon as accountant receives the check, he must be showing the higher amount of 7,000. But the check got dishonored. So what we are going to do? We are going to subtract this amount by 7,000 because it got dishonored. Next, bank charges of 1,000 were deducted by the bank. There will be direct entry in our passbook. Okay. And with this, we need to make the adjustment entry. So we need to deduct by 1,000 again. So that is what 1,000. Next, a check for 9,000 was issued but not yet presented. Now what is happening in this? Check was issued means you are paying to your creditor. If you are issuing the check, means you are paying to your creditor. So, as soon as you prepare this check, your accountant reduce the amount by 9,000. Hana? Your accountant made the entry by reducing 9,000. But as you know, not yet presented means there is a difference because there is no entry of this. So, what we need to do for the correct entry? We need to add this amount, that is 9,000. We need to make the reverse entry, that is, we need to add this. We need to add this 9,000. Last, a direct deposit of 4,500 was credited by the bank. What is happening now? Directly, your bank received the amount. In your bank, if there is a credit entry, means your amount is increasing, means your income is increasing if bank is credited. है ना? So at this point of time, your bank is showing more balance by 4,500. So what we are going to do as an accountant, we will be passing the correct entry by increasing our bank book balance also. So as per this, what is your balance amount? Tell me, what is your balance amount? 20,000 minus 7,000 minus 1,000 plus 9,000 plus 4,500. So as per this, your correct option is your option D. Chaliye. Next. If the cash book shows a credit balance of 10,000, how should this balance will be treated? A, as a positive balance. B, as an overdraft or negative balance. C, as zero balance. D, as an addition to the bank statement balance. We are not adding, sir. We are not adding that thing. Bracket means we are subtracting, that is. We are subtracting this. Tell me, if the cash book shows a credit balance of 10,000, how should this balance be treated? Positive balance, overdraft or negative balance, zero balance, in addition to the bank statement balance. Tell me, if your cash book shows a credit balance of 10,000, how should this balance be treated? Remember, if your cash book you prepare, okay, if there is a debit, means you are increasing. If there is a credit, means you are decreasing. On the other hand, if you prepare the passbook, okay, so in your passbook, debit means decreasing, credit means increasing. So whenever we see a credit message of salary, okay, what we get? Salary credited in your account means we are increasing. Passbook, whenever you are withdrawing from the ATM, that is why that is debiting. But when we prepare our books of accounts, in that there is a debit increasing, credit reducing. So, as per this, if a cash book shows a credit balance of 10,000, that is your overdraft or a negative balance. Okay, that is your overdraft or negative balance. No, this is not the option as zero balance. No, there is a negative balance. As a positive balance means this is not a positive because it is showing credit balance. So this is not a positive balance. Addition to the bank statement balance. No, this is not an addition. This is your credit amount. Means that is a overdraft or negative balance. Chali. So option B is your correct. Next. A purchase of 5,000 was incorrectly debited to the sales account. What is the rectification entry? So in this, what is happening? A purchase of 5,000 was incorrectly debited to sales account. Means what is happening in this? Whenever you are purchasing something, so what we pass the correct entry for purchasing? Purchase account, debit to cash. Okay. But in this, what happened? In this, suppose, they are saying that you purchase this on credit. You purchase this on credit. So either we pay or we purchase on credit. So this is the correct entry we pass. But what is happening? Wrongly debited to the sales account. So wrong entry is what? Sales account. Debit to credit. Or if sale is there, cash you are paying. So you are going to write cash account. If you are purchasing on credit, then you are going to show credit amount. Okay, credit name person, creditor name. So correct is this entry, wrong is this entry. So what is your rectification entry? What is your rectify entry? If you want to pass the rectify entry, we never cut in our books. Okay, we never do like this. We need to pass the reverse. If you want to correct any entry, now we need to do the reverse. So as per this, they are saying that this is wrong entry. You need to reverse this amount. So you need to reverse the sales account. And what is your correct side? Your correct side is your purchase account. 5,000, 5,000. So as per this, which option is your correct option? Your B option is correct. Debit purchase account 5,000, credit sales account 5,000. Remember one thing, in our books, we never cut any entry. Okay? If you want to rectify any entry now, we need to make the reverse entry. So your correct answer is B. Next question. During the preparation of financial statements for the year ended 31st March, it was discovered that wages amounting to 3,000, which were paid for the construction of a new building, were incorrectly debited to the wages account instead of building account. To rectify this mistake, which of the following entries should be made in the accounting records? A. Debit wages account 3,000. Credit building account 3,000. B. Debit building account 3,000. Credit wages account 3,000. C. Debit suspense account 3,000. Credit wages account 3,000. D. Debit wages account 3,000. Credit suspense account 3,000. You use suspense account when you don't know the account detail only. You don't know the account detail. Okay, so if you don't know the account detail, so you use this suspense account for a temporary basis. Tell me which option is your correct option. Chaliye. So before we identify which option is correct, let me tell you one thing. Whenever you see any expenditure now, whenever we talk about any expenditure, we have two types of expenditure. First is your revenue expenditure. Next is your capital expenditure. Okay. So if you are making a building is what? Building construction is your capital expenditure. And if it is related for construction of any particular building, any expenses if you are incurring, direct expenses. So in this, if you are constructing new building and you are paying 3,000 for the construction to your workers, to your laborers, so that is your capital amount, that is your capital expenditure. But if you are paying daily to your workers, that is what? Wages. Okay, so this amount cannot be transferred to your revenue expenditure side, because this expenditure of 3,000 is your construction of building amount expenses. So that is your capital expenditure. But wages account is your revenue expenditure account. Means we are doing wrong. We are showing it under revenue expenditure side. We are considering this expense as revenue expenditure. But this expenditure of paying wages to laborers for construction, that is the direct cost for this building. So we need to add that thing to our building cost. Okay. So what entry is your correct entry? In this, we are not going to use suspense. Remember this. We are not going to use this suspense account. Debit wages account, credit building account. No, we need to reduce the wages account. Already the wrong entry, if you talk about the wrong entry, you made this entry. Wages account, debit to cash. This is the wrong entry you already passed. And then, this is your wrong entry. Okay, so what correct entry we require? In this, we require the construction, or you can say building. Debit to your cash account. This is what correct entry we require. Okay, so ultimately we want to increase the building amount. So what we need to do? We need to do debit building account, but we need to reduce the wages account because that is the wrong entry. So for reducing any debit side, we need to do credit. So credit wages account 3,000, debit building account 3,000. So your correct option is your B. Sorry. Next. On 20th March 23, ABC Enterprises paid 4,000 to a supplier for goods purchased. However, the amount was incorrectly debited to the account of another supplier, Mr. X, instead of correct account, Mr. Y. This error was identified during the reconciliation process on 15th April 23. Which of the following journal entries should be made to rectify this error and how it is classified? How we classify this? How we classify this? Error in our books. A. Error of commission. B. Error of principal. C. Error of omission. D. Error of commission again. So, chali, before identifying which is the right option, let's discuss few things related to types of error. ठीक है. So basically we divide this type of error into two parts. One is your errors of principle, that is no effect on your trial balance. Next is your clerical error. Under clerical error we have again three subdivisions, that is errors of omission, error of commission and compensating error. So what all these are? Error of commission means you omitted that entry completely from your books. What you did? You omitted that book, that entry from your books completely. There is no traces of that particular entry. So that is what error of omission. Next, error of commission. When error is committed in recording a transaction with the wrong amount or posting to the wrong side, wrong amount or posting to the wrong side of the account, that is what error of commission. Example like posting of correct amount but on the wrong side, posting of a wrong amount but on the correct side, posting of a wrong amount on the wrong side of the account, totaling error in subsidiary books, a mistake committed in balancing of ledger account. So these type of errors are known as error of commission. Compensating error means one mistake nullifies the wrong effect of another. Suppose there is underpayment of 500 related to your wages. Okay. And on the other hand, there is overpayment of fees by 500. So because of this, if you identify that both are your expenses kind of accounts, both are your nominal accounts, so they are going to nullify each other. Because of this under 500 amount, over 500 amount, finally you are going to see zero effect. So that is how you nullify the thing. So as per this question, what is happening on 20th March, you paid 4,000 to supplier for goods purchased. The amount was incorrectly debited to the account of another supplier. Means on this particular date, you already passed the wrong entry. So that is not your error of omission. Error of omission is not what they are talking. At least they pass the entry, though that is wrong. If we talk about this, they are debiting to another supplier, that is Mr. X. Mr. X instead of Mr. Y. Correct one is your Mr. Y. So we need to identify that which error is this and what classification is this. Now if we talk about error of principle, so in this error of principle is not the error. We are not making a mistake in choosing the rules and regulations in accounting standard. So that is not the error. Okay. So the answer will be from A or D. So what do you think? A or D? This is not the error of principle. Which is the correct option? Okay, as I can see again, A and D. So what we need to do, we need to debit Y account, है ना? What we need to do the Y account debiting. So the correct entry will be we need to do Y account debiting, but we made an error by debiting the Mr. X amount, X account. So for removing this, so if you want to reduce the Mr. X account, so what you need to do, as it is debited account, so we need to do the credit. So to Mr. X account, we are going to make this entry. Then for making the correct entry for Mr. Y, we need to opt for Mr. Y debit side 4,000. So your correct entry will be Y account debit to Mr. X account. So D is your correct option. Remember this, D is your correct option because you wrongly debited the amount to your Mr. Y account. So you need to pass the correct entry. So correct entry will be Y account debit to X account. This already we discussed. Yes. Next question. A company uses the straight line method of depreciation for its office building, which was purchased for 12 lakh with an estimate useful life of 40 years and a residual value of 2 lakh. If the company sells the building after 10 years for 10 lakh, what is the gain or loss on the sale? In this, you need to calculate. The gain or loss on the sale. This question is from your depreciation. Please try to solve this. Okay. As I can see, again, there is different answers. So, what is happening there? So, you purchased the office building for how many amount? For 12 lakh. Okay, this is the amount, purchase amount, and you estimated life. This is cost. Okay, life equal to 40 years. Okay, and residual value, that is your RV, that is 2 lakh. And which method we need to use? That is straight line method. Hana? That is your straight line method for calculating depreciation. You know, we have 4 different type of methods. So in this, they are asking about straight line method. Straight line method formula is what? Cost of building. Yes, this is your building. So cost of building minus residual value, your scrap value, divided by life. This is the formula that we need to use. So as per this, cost of building is how much? 12 lakh. Minus residual value, that is 2 lakh. Divided by life, 40 years. So as per this, per year, how much depreciation we are going to charge? 12 lakh minus 2 lakh divided by 40. So each year we are going to charge 25,000. Hello? And we are going to use this machine. If you see this line, this is a line that says that if the company sells the building after 10 years, so what will be your total depreciation after 10 years? 25,000 into 10. That is 2,50,000. This is the total depreciation that you are going to charge over this building for upcoming 10 years. As this is your straight line method, so your amount of depreciation, that is 25,000, will be constant. Okay, each year you are going to charge only 25,000. So how you can calculate the total depreciation? By multiplying with this life, 10 years. Okay, because after 10 years they are deciding to sell it. So that's why we are multiplying with 10 years. So what value of building you are going to see in your books? that amount will be 12 lakh minus 2,50,000. What amount we are going to see for this particular building? 12 lakh minus 2,50,000. Okay, so this will give you 9,50,000. So your book value shows 9,50,000, but you are selling for 10 lakh. Your sale amount is 10 lakh. Okay, your book value of that machine after depreciation that you charged is 9,50,000. So you can say that, oh, we are in a profit by 50,000. Arey, why loss? Your book value is only 9,50,000, but you are selling for 10 lakh. You are in a gain situation. In this, you are not going to compare with this 12 lakh and this 10 lakh. We need to calculate the 10th year value, and then you need to subtract that. Okay, so the book value of that particular building will be 9,50,000, but you are able to sell for 10 lakh, means you are going to earn 50,000 extra, whose value is only 9,50,000. So your correct answer is which? A, gain of 50,000, B, loss of 50,000, C, gain of 1 lakh, D, loss of 2 lakh. As I can eliminate easily this part. So as per this, this is your gain of 50,000. Okay, you are earning more. Chaliye. Let's see the next question. A machine purchased for 5 lakh experiences a significant fall in market price due to technological advancements. Even though it is still functional, what is this phenomenon known as? A, wear and tear. B, obsolescence. C, effects of time. D, accident. So this is a paragraph. They are describing one situation, and we need to find out that if our machine that we have purchased for 5 lakh, okay, and their value falls because of technological advancement in the market. So that phenomena is what as per our rules and regulations. So this is the, you can say, one of the phenomena. A, wear and tear. B, obsolescence. C, effects of time. D, accident. Correct answer of this particular question is your option B. Why option B? Chali, let me give you the reasons with the causes of depreciation. There are different causes because of which we are depreciating our books value of our building assets. Okay, land, building, machinery, equipments. There are different reasons. So what are that different reasons? So causes of depreciation. First thing is wear and tear due to actual use. You are using that particular machine. Okay, second is what? Effects of time. Mere passage of time will cause a fall in the value of an asset even if it is not used because of mere passage of time. Okay. Next is your obsolescence. This is a new invention or a permanent change in demand may render an asset useless. Technological advancement. Every day we are seeing so many advancements. So because of which our product is not up to date. So that is why we are going to depreciate it. And the reason of this technological or new inventions, that is known as obsolescence. Next is your accidents. Okay, we all know accidents. Then last is your fall in market price. In market only, its value is declining. So these are the 5 reasons because of which we charge the depreciation. Depreciation means what? Why we are reducing the value of fixed assets. Fixed assets include both the things. Remember this part. Tangible, intangible, both. But there is a difference. If we charge any depreciation on this tangible assets, Means if we are reducing the balance of this tangible, we call it as depreciation. But if we reduce the value of this intangible like copyright, trademarks, so we call this as amortization. There is a difference between depreciation and amortization. Amortization we charge on intangible assets. On the other hand, depreciation we charge on tangibles. So this is the difference. Okay. So these are the causes. This is the difference between depreciation and amortization. Chaliye. So that's why the correct answer of this question is B, because in this you are seeing the difference because of technological advancements. So this is your Ji, Kishore sir. So as per this, your correct answer is B. I hope this is clear. Now, next question. ABC Corporation incurs the following cost: 10 lakh for the construction of new factory building, 1 lakh for the purchase of furniture for the new office, 50,000 for marketing campaign to promote the new factory, 30,000 for annual maintenance of existing machinery. We need to classify these expenditures. A, capital expenditure 11 lakh, revenue expenditure 50,000, 30,000. B, capital expenditure 10 lakh plus 1 lakh, revenue expenditure 50,000 plus 30,000. Then capital expenditure 10 lakh, revenue expenditure 50,000, 30,000 plus 1 lakh. Then capital expenditure 11 lakh, revenue expenditure 30,000. Tell me, how you are going to identify this expenditures? How you are going to classify? This is your 0 only. Tell me, how you are going to classify this? Yes. So the expenditure for construction of this new factory building 10 lakh is your capital expenditure. Okay. On the other hand, 1 lakh for the purchase of furniture for the new office. Again, purchasing of furniture. So that is your capital expenditure. Daily, you are not going to incur it. This is not a recurring kind of expenditure. This is your non-recurring expenditure. So this that is why the correct classification of capital expenditure will be 10 lakh plus 1 lakh. Now, next for revenue expenditure, these type of expenditures are that which are recurring daily. Okay, like maintenance of existing machinery, oiling. So these are what daily expenditures, recurring expenditures. 50,000 marketing campaign to promote the new factory, advertisement you are doing, we can say. So this is your revenue expenditure. So the correct option of this question is your option B. Chaliye. Now, let's read few classification based on your capital expenditure and revenue expenditure. Capital expenditure, generally we spend large amount. Okay. On the other hand, for revenue expenditure, we incur small amount expenses. Then capital expenditure is what purpose is to improve or enhance the business or productivity of earning capacity. If you are purchasing one more machine, you are enhancing the number of capacity of your existing business. Okay. So that is what capital expenditure. On the other hand, the purpose is to maintain the fixed assets in good working condition, like daily cleaning charges you are paying, okay, oiling charges you are paying. So that is what revenue expenditure. Then the benefits is of long duration. Yes, you are going to get the benefit for more than 1 year, for number of years, okay, as per the life of that particular asset. So that is your capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure, short duration benefit. Then this is your non-recurring. Capital expenditure, non-recurring. Revenue expenditure, recurring. Daily you are incurring this type of expenses. Then this is shown in your balance sheet. Okay, if it is your capital expenditure, we are going to show it under balance sheet. But if it is your revenue expenditure, it is shown in profit and loss account. So these are the difference between capital and revenue expenditures. Chaliye. Next, if a company reports a capital receipt in its financial statements, which of the following must be true? The receipt will affect the operating income. B, the receipt will not impact the profit and loss account. The receipt is subject to income tax in the year received. The receipt will be treated as deferred revenue. If a company reports any capital receipt in their financial statements, which of the following must be true? Tell me. Big amount of advertisement expenses are deferred expenditures. Yes. So the correct answer of this question is the company reports a capital receipt. So it will be shown in its financial statement. So it will the receipt will affect the operating income for sure. The receipt is subject to income tax in the year received. Yes. The receipt will be treated as deferred revenue. So the correct answer it will not impact the profit and loss account. ठीक है, चलिए. Then, certain important terms we need to remember. Under this is from your bills of payment. ठीक है. Now we are going to talk about bills of exchange, in which we are going to talk about so many different terms. Based on these terms, we are going to talk about different situations. So first is your holder. ठीक है, holder in due course. Bills sent to bank for collections. So holder is what? The person who is legally entitled to receive money on due date. That is your holder. Why we prepare bills of exchange? Because when seller is selling, when seller is transferring goods to buyer, okay, and buyer is not able to pay immediately cash to the seller, so goods are transferred but cash not immediately paid. So buyer agrees that whatever bills this seller will be drawing on this buyer, it will be accepted by buyer, and this will be known as bills receivable in the books of seller, and in the books of buyer you are going to call this bill as bills payable. So the seller, who is the person, is legally entitled to receive the money on due date. The seller is your holder. And what is holder in due course? If your holder is a negotiable instrument called holder in due course, if it satisfies the following conditions. Number one, obtain the instrument for valuable consideration. Second, become holder of the instrument before its maturity, or he had no cause to believe that any defect existed in the title of the person from whom he derived his title. So if these three conditions are present, that person will be known as holder in due course. Next, bills sent to bank for collection. In this, banks are providing so many different facilities. So if the seller is sending the bill for collection to bank, then it is known as bills sent to bank for collection. Okay. Bills sent to bank for collection of the amount on behalf of the holder of the bill. That is what bill sent for collection. Honoring of bill means drawee pays the amount of the bill on the due date. Whenever your buyer pays on the due date, we are going to call it as honoring of bill. Next is your dishonor of bill. Whenever drawee of the bill unable or refuses to make payment, that I will not pay on the due date, so that will become as dishonor of a bill. Next is discounting of bill. Now what is this discounting of bill? As I told you, there is a seller, okay, there is a buyer. So seller sells goods to this buyer, this goods to buyer, okay, and in return this buyer accepts this bill of exchange. We in books of seller, we are going to call it as bills receivable. In the books of buyer, we are going to call it as bills payable. But seller also wants to run their business. So what happens in this? Seller transfers this bills receivable to bank immediately. In this, seller is not waiting for 3 or 4 months, whatever due date they have written in this bill. Immediately, seller sell this bills receivable to bank, and bank immediately pays cash after deducting few charges. That charges is known as discounting. Okay? Immediate cash if seller wants. So what he do? He will transfer the bills receivable to bank. So this process is known as discounting of bill. Remember one thing, they can ask you discounting of bill is what? When you want immediate cash from the bank. That is why you are discounting the bill, because seller also wants to run their business. So this is a situation of discounting of bill. Next, endorsement of bill. Endorsement of bill, again seller before due date transfer this to some third party, not to bank. If seller is transferring to bank, that is discounting of bill. Okay. When this seller is transferring to third party, that is endorsement of bill. Remember, then retirement of bill, drawee pays the bill before its due date. Due date is after 3 months, but drawee is paying you before, means after 1 month only. So that is what retirement of bill. Then renewal of bill. When your drawee is unable to meet the bill on a due date, and on due date, your bill become what? Dishonor. Because drawee denied that he will not pay any cash, refuses for the payment. So that will become dishonor. He requests the drawer to accept a part of the bill amount. Or there is a situation that drawer is unable to meet on due date. Okay. So he says that you keep partial amount, and for the remaining amount, please draw a new bill. Only partial payment if he is paying, and drawing new bill for the rest of the amount. That is your renewal of bill. Next, you have accommodation bill. Accommodation bill is generally done for financing situations. There is no such buyer or seller or creditor or debtor. In this, both the parties, in this, again you have two parties, but both parties require cash. They want sources of funds. So what bill they are drawing on each other? They are drawing accommodation bill. For the finance purpose, one party accepts the bill drawn on him by another without any consideration. Their main purpose is what? Mutual help. Okay, so that bill is what? Your accommodation bill. Then notary public, if an officer appointed by the government exercises the power and function relating to protesting of negotiable instrument for dishonor. So what is protesting? Protest means when a promissory note or bill of exchange dishonored for non-acceptance or non-payment. On due date, your drawee refuses. Then what protest a drawer can do? The holder may within a reasonable period causes such dishonor to be noted and certified by the notary public. Such a certificate is called protest. What recourse he is having? He is having the recourse of protest. He can go to notary public and tell about the bill that today is the due date and drawee refuse for the payment. And the notary will record all the details, and this will become a proof. And after a few days, if you want to take that person to court, you can easily take that person to court. So that is what protest. Okay, so for that you pay noting charges. Amount paid to notary public for recording the fact of dishonor is what charges you need to pay. So that is noting charges. Rebate is what? When your bill is paid by drawee before due date. Before due date, if you are doing, that is also known as retirement of bill. But as he is paying before due date, so we need to pay some kind of concession to that particular buyer. है ना? So if we are giving any rebate or if we are discounting or we are giving some discount over that amount, that is what rebate. When a bill is paid by Joy before due date, some allowance is given to him. Suppose the bill amount is 10,000, but you are giving discount that okay, chalo theek hai. You paid early, so take a discount of 100. You pay only 9,900. So this 100 is what? Your rebate. This situation is what? Retirement of bill. Chaliye. Next, ABC Limited received a bill receivable from its debtor for 50,000 due in 90 days. ABC Limited decides to discount the bill with its bank at a discount rate of 12% per annum. 30 days after receiving it, how much amount will ABC Limited will receive from the bank? A. 49,500, B. 48,500, C. 49,000, D. 47,000. Calculate the answer. What is happening in this situation? You are discounting the bill with the bank. Okay. So as I told you, there is a seller, there is a buyer. Okay. In this, the seller sells the good. Buyer promising to pay after few months. Okay. So in this, immediate cash seller wants, so he discounts the bill with the bank. He discounts the bill with the bank. So what is the rate of discount in this? The discount rate is 12% per annum. So this bill is for how many days? This bill is for 90 days. Hana? This bill is for 90 days, or we can say for 3 months. 90 days or 3 months. And bill decides to discount the bill within discount rate 12% per annum. 30 days after receiving it means after receiving this bill, now 30 days passed and you have only 60 days remaining for due date. Okay, but you want immediate cash. So after 30 days means 60 days remaining. So you discount it with the bank for 12% per annum. How much amount will ABC Limited receive from the bank? Please calculate and tell me the answer. Okay, so what is happening in this? We need to calculate how much amount will ABC Limited will receive. So in the seller is your ABC. So we need to calculate the amount that he is going to receive from bank after discount charges. So 50,000 is your bills amount. But bank will pay you after deducting 12%. But this 12% is for your per annum. Remember, this is your per annum amount. So in this 50,000, 12%. Next, what we need to do? Next, we are going to multiply with the number of days. Okay, that is 60 divided by 365 because we are getting discount before 60 days only. So what discount charges he is going to pay? 12% into 60 divided by 365. So it is around 186. So we can say it is around 1000. So which is your correct answer? Correct answer is your 49 because this is the discount charges, and after deducting this discount charges, what amount is left? That is after deducting from 50,000, you are going to pay 49,000 to your ABC. Correct answer is your 49,000. Chaliye, next. XYZ Limited draws a bill on PQR Limited for 1 lakh, payable after 3 months. PQR accepts the bill and XYZ endorses it to its creditor, MNO Limited. In settlement of an outstanding debt, at maturity, PQR Limited falls to honor the bill. Who will bear the liability of the dishonored bill? Tell me, XYZ, PQR, MNO, both XYZ and PQR. See, in this what is happening, there is a XYZ. Okay? This XYZ who draws a bill and PQR. So PQR is your buyer. XYZ is your seller. Okay? He is holding with bills receivable. What is happening? Okay, 1 lakh bills receivable paid after 3 months. PQR Limited accepts the bill. PQR accepts the bill and XYZ endorses it to its creditor. Creditor name is MNO Limited. MNO Limited. Okay, he transferred this bills receivable to this MNO Limited. Now in settlement of an outstanding debt at maturity, PQR Limited, he failed to mature this bill. He failed for the payment. So PQR Limited failed to honor the bill. Who will bear the liability of the dishonored bill? See, in this situation, what is happening? Though your PQR is the one who is going to pay the amount. But in this situation, though XYZ transferred the bill to MNO Limited. Okay. Now, MNO Limited knows that bill amount will come from PQR. Though bill amount will come for PQR. But he will not go to PQR directly. He will go to this XYZ. That where is my amount? That where is my amount? So, though the liability will be on this PQR for the payment, but MNO will go to the XYZ, that where is my amount? So, the primary liability of this dishonor will be of this XYZ because he is going to pay MNO on that particular day itself. So, primary liability belongs to XYZ. Secondary liability is on PQR. Remember this, if this is a situation of your endorsement, though he is going to pay the amount, but you are the one who transferred to this person. Na? Now, transaction is between you two. You just informed to MNO that he will pay you the amount, but on the due date, he refused for the payment. So, this MNO will go to XYZ and not to PQR. Remember this point. So, as per this, the liability, who will bear the liability? Your XYZ will bear the liability. MNO will never bear the liability. What liability he will bear? The primary liability will be taken by XYZ. Then after PQR, if he renews the bill, if he pays partly, then you are going to say PQR Limited. Okay, but at this point of time, for this situation, XYZ is the one. So, correct answer is your A. Correct answer is your A. Next. A bill of 75,000 was drawn on 1st March and accepted for a period of 3 months. The holder of the bill endorsed it to a creditor, and at maturity the bill was honored. When will be the bill mature? A. 1st June. B. 4th May. C. 3rd May. D. 31st May. Tell me. So these are some small points that are very important for our exams. Okay? So please make sure that you are not confused with the points. Tell me about the due date. So what happens if we calculate the due date? How we calculate due date under your bill of exchange? Under this, whatever date you decided, take it, that maturity date you decided, in that you need to add 3 days of grace. Always add this 3 days of grace. So as per this, your maturity time is what? 1st March, and for a period of 3 months. Okay, so from 1st March, if we calculate the 3 months, March, April, May. So you are going to get 1st May. Hana, this is what you are going to get, 1st May. In this, you are going to add 3 days of grace. 1st May, 1st May, 2nd May, 3rd May, 4th May. So your final date will be 4th May. So correct answer B, 4th May. You are calculating from 1st March. Remember this, you are calculating from 1st March. So your 3 months will end on your 1st May only. So as per this, your correct answer will be 4th May. Chali, before we move forward, let's talk few things related to your term and due date of a bill. So every promissory note or bill of exchange which is not expressed to be payable on demand, if it is not expressed on this payable of demand basis at sight or on presentment matures on the date it falls due. So this period of a bill is called term or tenure of the bill. Okay. And how we calculate the date of maturity in such cases? We calculate by adding 3 days. We add 3 days for calculating the final due date to the actual period of the bill. Let us suppose a bill is drawn on 1st March. Okay, this is an example. Now, if the due date, whatever, suppose 4th May is your public holiday. This is your public holiday. So your due date will be preceding day. That is 3rd May. If 4th May is your public holiday. Okay. So public holidays are already known to all of us. But the next thing is, if it is some emergency holiday, then if it is your emergency holiday, then your due date will be your following day. Suppose 4th May is your emergency holiday. So your due date will be 5th May. Okay, this is the point. No, it will be not be 4th June. No, 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 no. It was drawn on 1st March. So March, April, May. So if you calculate, so you are skipping the March month. You cannot skip the March month, na? Your whole month is there. चलिए next. See, if you are seeing now that I am there is some mismatch in that, so you can read this one also. See, if a bill is drawn on 1st March for a period of 1 month, okay, then its due date will be 1st April plus 3 days. Now what is happening? See, 1st March and bill is for 1 month. Please read this, 1 month. So as per this, your due date is equal to 1st April plus 3 days. Okay, I modified this just with 3 months. There is a full March, there is full April, then there is a May. Please read this one. Please read this line. As per this line, I reframed that question. Please read that. Which previous question? Which one? Which one? This one? Oh, okay. I got it. Okay, I made a mistake in this. Acha, I made a mistake. Acha, sorry. 3 months. Correct. Okay, so it's 1st March, April and total May. Correct. Okay. Ha. Yes. I forgot to consider the full this May. So this is your 1st June. Okay, I made a mistake in this. Okay, so the correct answer will be 4th June. Okay. I made a mistake in this. I'm sorry. That is your 3 months. Okay. I assumed it as 2 months. Okay. Chaliye. Next. ABC Limited discounted a bill of 80,000 with its bank before maturity at a discount of 2,000. What is the correct journal entry to record this transaction in the books of ABC Limited? I understood. I understood that what I made the mistake in this. Okay. I'm sorry for that. Chaliye. Thank you for considering this. Thank you everyone. Chaliye, tell me. So ABC Limited discounted a bill of 80,000 with its bank before maturity at a discount of 2,000. What is the correct journal entry? In this you need to pass journal entry. Please tell me the correct journal entry. Tell me. But I hope you understood the concept now. Please, that is great that you understood the concept. Tell me, what entry you are going to pass in case of discounting of a bill? So as you know that if you are passing so in this situation, ABC discounted a bill. Again, what is happening? There is your ABC Limited. Okay. ABC immediately encashes with the bank for immediate cash. Means bank will be paying cash. Okay. But ABC Limited will not get full cash. ABC will not get full cash. In this, you discount charges also there, that is 2000. Okay. And what ABC will be transferring, that is bills receivable. So if we talk about entry in the books of ABC Limited, so what ABC will get? ABC will get amount of 80,000 minus 2000. That is what? 80,000 minus 2000. 80,000 minus 2,000, that is 78,000. Correct? And this discount is what? As per ABC, this discount is what? This discount is expense. Okay. Discount charges is expense. So we are going to do discount account debit by 2,000. And what ABC is transferring? He is transferring bills receivable of 80,000. Tell me, which option is your correct option? This is incomplete option. Okay. Debit cash 80,000, credit no. This is wrong. D, bills receivable 80,000, credit 78. No, this is also wrong. Correct answer is your bank account 78, discount account 2,000, bills receivable 80,000. B is your correct option. B is your correct option. Because discount is your expense. For ABC book, it is expense. Okay, but if you see the C option, they are considering as income. This is not income because you are going to get less amount by 2,000. So the correct answer is your option B. Next, PQR Limited dishonored a bill of 40,000 that was drawn by ABC Limited. Upon dishonor, ABC Limited decides to record the dishonor in its book. What is the correct journal entry in the books of PQR Limited? A, PQR Limited debit to bills receivable. B, ABC Limited debit to bills receivable. C, dishonor account debit to ABC Limited. D, none of the above. PQR dishonored a bill 40,000 that was drawn by ABC Limited. Upon dishonor, ABC decides to record the dishonor. It's in the book. What is the journal entry in the books of PQR Limited? What is the correct entry? Okay, let me explain you one thing. Okay. Drawn by ABC, when you talk about the bills receivable, bills payable now, in that your seller draws bill. Okay, he draws bill on buyer. buyer accepts the bill. So this is a situation. So seller in this situation is your ABC, drawn by ABC. PQR dishonored means he is your buyer who accepted the bill. Upon dishonor, ABC Limited decides to record the dishonor in its book. What is the correct journal entry in the books of PQR Limited? He denied for the payment. Okay? He said, I will not pay on this due date. So in this question, they are asking not in the books of ABC. ABC, your seller, not in his books. In this, they are asking about PQR Limited entry. So as per this, in his book, he is going to show bills payable. Do you know, in his book, he is going to show bills payable. In seller book, it is bills receivable. In buyer's book, it is bills payable. So tell me, which is your correct entry as per this? Tell me. So when this buyer accepts the bill, when buyer accepts the bill, he credits this bills payable because for him, it is liability. For this entity, it is liability. So if at the time of acceptance, he is showing as a liability. So if he is dishonoring, he is saying that I will not pay it. So he will be doing the reverse of that. In reverse, might be ABC will be issuing new bill, okay, or he will be sending some notices from the court. So as per this, in your PQR, you are not going to pass this type of entries. So as per this, your correct answer is D. None of the above. Chaliye next. Identify the correct statement. A bill drawn for 60 days will mature 63 days from the date it was drawn, accounting for the grace period. Second, if a bill matures on a public holiday, it is payable on the next business day. Third, an accommodation bill is drawn without an underlying commercial transaction. Fourth, a bill due on the last day of February will mature on 3rd March, accounting for grace days. Choose the correct option. Only 1 and 2 are correct. Only 1, 3, 4 are correct. Only 3 and 4 are correct. All statements are correct. So, if bill drawn on 60 days will mature on 63, that is true statement. Hai? Because if you are adding grace period 60 plus 3, that will be your 63 day. If bill matures on public holiday, payable on the next business day? No, only in case of emergency, you pay next business day. But if it is a public holiday, you need to pay previous day only. You need to make. So this statement is your false statement. Then third, an accommodation bill is drawn without an underlying commercial transaction. Yes, you are helping each other. Mutual help you are giving to each other. So this statement is again true. Next. A bill due on the last day of February will mature on the 3rd of March, accounting for grace days. Tell me. See, what is happening in this bill due? Due will happen on 28th February. Okay? And if you add 3 days, so as you know, Feb is for 28 days only. Okay? So 28, 1, 2, 3. maturity will be on 3rd of March. So as per this, 1st, 3rd and 4th are correct. So your correct option is B. Next, which of the following statements not correct about the accounting systems in the bank? A. Accounting systems of different banks vary in terms of nature of transactions process. B. The software used in accounting system do not differ amongst different banks. C. The accounting system in a bank is designed keeping in view the nature and volume of operations and information needs of the stakeholders. D. All the above statements are correct. So if it's a leap year, it will go 4th. If it's a leap year, so we are considering it's not a leap year. Tell me, for the accounting system in the banks, so this is a true statement because accounting systems used by different banks as per their different transaction nature. Then the accounting system in a bank is designed keeping in view the nature and volume of the operation and information needs of the stakeholders. Correct. As per that, they prepare the softwares. Okay. The software used in accounting system do not differ among different banks. That is false. So as per this, B is your not correct. Next, which of the following statements about these statements are correct? First, the statutory audit report format is guided by standards on auditing SS 700, 705, 706 issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountant. Then the auditors of private banks are appointed at the annual general meeting of the shareholders. Third, qualified professional CAs, cost accountants, consultants periodically check on the stock and book dates statements submitted by the borrower to the bank. Choose the correct option. Choose the correct option in this. Okay, so the statutory audit format is guided by the standards of auditing. This statement is true. In this, whenever the statutory auditor is coming and performing the auditing task, they need to comply with the auditing standards 700, 705, 706 and which is actually issued by the Institute of Chartered Accountants. So this is a true statement. Then, the auditors of private banks are appointed at the annual general meeting of the shareholders. This is also true. Not in case of public company, we are not using. Okay, we are not using the annual general meeting. In that, we are taking the guidance of RBI also. So this statement is also true. Qualified professional CS consultants periodically check on the stock and book debts statements submitted by the borrowers to the bank. So this statement is also correct when you do the stock audit. So as per this, all statements are correct. Okay, all statements are correct. Okay, so you need break. So as I can see, it is 8:13 p.m. Let's take a break for 2 minutes only. Okay, please take a break for 2 minutes. Let's catch up at 8:15. Please take just 2 minutes break. Because after this, Niharika ma'am will continue the session. So I have very limited time. So I'm not giving the big break. Please take only 2 minutes break, everyone. हाँ चलिए, so shall I start now? I think we are good to go. Okay, Raman sir, I will try to explain before I leave. चलिए, so now let's start the module D revision. ठीक है, here we complete the module A revision. So already we have completed first part. Now we are going to our second part. ठीक है, this is our module D. चलिए, so the first question is, the cost accounting standards have been issued by dash, a Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, B, Indian Standards or Organization, C, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, D, Institute of Cost Accountants of India. So as per cost accounting standards, okay, cost accounting standards have been issued by Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Remember, not ICAI, not Indian Standard Organization, not Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Correct answer is your option D. Chaliye. Next, based on Section 7 of the CGST Act 17, which of the following statements can be inferred about the definition of supply and its coverage? First, the term supply includes all forms of supply, goods, service, or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease, or disposal. Second, supply covers transactions made or agreed to be made without any consideration. Third, the expression supply applies to activities conducted in the course of furtherance of business. Lease transactions are explicitly excluded from the definition of supply under the CGST Act. Tell me, which option is your correct option? See, cost accountant definition is given by Indian cost accountant only. Okay, in that ICI is not any body. This question is from your module D. Now tell me, as per CGST Act, Section 7, what we say supply means, see, when we talk about GST, goods and service tax, in that we include all type of supply, whether you do for goods, for services, for both, like sale, transfer, barter, exchange, license, rental, lease. This is true statement. Okay, you include each and everything related to this kind of transactions then. Second, supply covers transactions made or agreed to be made without any consideration. No, this is not the statement. This is false. Then, third, the expression supply applies to activities conducted in the course of or furtherance of business. Yes, the business activities only include for the supply. So this statement is your true statement. Then, lease transactions are explicitly excluded from the definition. No, leases are also covered under your supply. So as per this, your last statement is your false. So the correct statement is your first and only 3. Remember this third point. Okay, this point is from your leases unit. We have one particular unit on your module C which talks about leases of equipment. This line is from that particular chapter. Chaliye. Next, statement 1. An operating lease is defined as one that does not transfer substantially all risk and rewards incidental to ownership of the underlying asset. Okay, achha, this is the explanation. This is the explanation of this full paragraph. Okay, next question. Read the following statements carefully and choose the correct option based on the following. Statement 1, a company issues 10,000 equity shares with a face value of 100 each. The first call made is for 20 per share. Statement 2, ABC Corporation makes an initial public offer and the application size is 12,000 for 120 shares. Third statement, XYZ Limited makes a first and final call for 60 per share, which is the balance amount after the allotment, termed as first and final call. Tell me. In this, you need to choose the correct answer. Statement 1, 2 and 3. Out of this, A, only statement 1 is correct. B, only statement 2 and statement 3 are correct. Third, all 3 statements are correct. D, only statement 1 and statement 3 are correct. Tell me. Please read very carefully. Okay, this question is from your company accounts. Tomorrow, for sure, you are going to see 1 or 2 questions from, not 1 or 2, 4, 5, 6 type questions you are going to see from company accounts. Company accounts is very important topic for your JIB exam. Okay, only 2 and 3 statement are correct. So let's check the answers. Okay. First statement, a company issues 10,000 equity shares with a face value of 100 each. The first call made is 20 per share. So as per the definition, this says the maximum you can call, that is 25% of your face value. Of your face value. So your face value is 100 and you made first call for 20 per share. So I think if you do 100 into 25, so maximum call at once you can do for 25. Up to 25 you can make, but you are making for 20, which is less than 25. So as per this, your first statement is true. Next, ABC makes an initial public offer and the application size is 12,000 for 120 shares. So your range is what? 10,000 to 15,000 and 12,000 is between the range. So your B option is also correct. Third statement, makes first and final call 60 per share, which is the balance amount after the allotment. It is termed as first and final call. Yes, if you are calling at once, full amount that you are going to say as first and final call. So this statement is also true statement. Now tell me, which option is correct then? Which option is correct? All 3 statements are correct. Remember, C is your right answer. C is your right answer. Okay, I know you you have all seen that last marathon video, I think. So in that, this option is wrong, but I made such small twist by changing this amount 40 to 20. That's why the statement is correct now. Chaliye now. Let's see the next question. Which statements accurately describe key aspects? Okay, as you can see the option. Achha, chaliye. So I'm standing this side. You need to tell me the answers. Which statements accurately describe key aspects of a Hindu undivided family as a form of business organization in India? Statement 1, HUF comes into existence through a contract between its members. 2, the members of an HUF are called co-partners. Third statement, business of HUF is managed by the senior most female member known as Karta. Fourth, for income tax purpose, an HUF is considered as a separate entity and is taxed separately. Tell me. Statement 1 and 2 only, B 2 and 4 only, 1 and 3 only, 3rd and 4th only. So as per this, which accurately describes the HUF in our India? So if you see the first option, that is totally wrong. Okay, that doesn't come from the contract. This is your wrong statement. Next, the members of an HUF called co-partners. So that is true. This is true statement. Okay. Then the business of an HUF is managed by the senior most female member, also known as Karta. Okay, but in your IIBF book now, they are not giving the detail as a female Karta. So this statement is false. Then for income tax purpose, HUF considered as separate entity. When we talk about income tax now, in that we have different type of taxpayers. We have different type of taxpayers like individual, HUF, company, AOP, BOI, firm. So in this, HUF is considered as separate entity and it is taxed separately. So out of this 4 statements, your 2nd and 4th is only correct statement. Chaliye, let's see the next question. Fill in the blanks you need to do. Dash reports contain the comparison of actual performance with the dash one. Thus, reports are submitted dash and dash to the management the dash of the submission of these reports is decided by the management. The budget reports are submitted irrespective of whether the dash is positive or negative. The format of the report is normally dash. Tell me. In this, you need to tell me, out of this many blanks, which option is correct? A, budget, forecast, periodically, occasionally, importance, outcome, dynamic. Okay, chaliye. So let's read one by one. Dash report contain the comparison of actual performance with the dash. So which actually holds the comparison of this report? Tell me. C, B option, A option, or D option? Okay, chaliye. So the correct option for this is as budget report. Contains the comparison of actual performance with your budgeted one. Okay, this is your budgeted one. This is your budgeted one. So these reports are submitted periodically and regularly. Periodically and regularly. The dash or submission of these reports is decided by the management. So this is frequency. This frequency is decided by whom? By your management. Okay, so this is your frequency. The budget reports are submitted irrespective of whether the variance is positive or negative. Variance means difference. Whether there is a positive difference or there is a negative difference, you need to submit it. The format of the report is normally pre-decided. It is pre-decided by your management. So the correct option is your option C. Chaliye, let's see the next one. Job card information can be used to check the accuracy of job accounts. Which of the following statements best describe how job card information aids in this process? First is, a job card information tracks only the material cost associated with job, ensuring accurate material expense record. B, job record information provides detailed records of labor time, material, overheads applied to specific job, ensuring that all costs are accurately recorded and assigned. C, job card information used to monitor the sales revenue generated from specific job, ensuring that income is properly allocated. D, job card information records only the overheads cost, ensuring that indirect costs are accurately assigned to each job. Tell me. Oh, acha. Tell me, job card. Under job card, we write all the expenses related to your material, labor and overheads. Okay. In your job card, we are not only making the material cost. This is wrong statement. In that, we are not specifically making the material cost tracking. So this statement is wrong. Now next, job card information provides detailed records of your labor time. Yes. Material use? Yes. Overheads applied? Yes. To a specific job? Yes. So whatever expenses we are doing during a process, we record each and everything in our job card, ensuring all costs are accurately recorded and assigned. So this is your true statement. Then, job card information is used to monitor the sales revenue. No. We are not using for the sales revenue. For recording the cost of manufacturing, we are using this job card. Then, job card information records only the overhead cost. That is also false. So, the correct answer is your option B. Okay? In that, we record all the expenses which are required for making any particular goods. So, the correct answer is your option B. Next, which of the following transaction is exempt from GST? A, credit card annual fee. B, interest on term loan. C, loan processing fee. D, none of the above. So in this, which of the following transactions is exempt from GST? Under GST, we exempt only this cap. C means crude oil. Crude oil. A means alcoholic liquor for human consumption. And P means your petroleum products. Okay? Apart from this, you are going to charge GST. So the correct answer is none of the above. Only these three things. Okay? Crude oil, alcoholic liquor, alcohol for human consumption. That is exempt. That is exempt. ठीक है, crude oil, this is crude oil, this is your petroleum product. Only these three things are exempt from your GST. So the correct answer is what? Answer D. Chaliye, next. So as per goods and service tax, ठीक है, generally we divide into this 4 sub taxes: SGST, CGST, IGST and UGST. And remember, crude oil, petroleum products, electricity and alcoholic liquor for human consumption are not in GST regime. Then 4 taxes we have: CGST, SGST. So when we do intrastate transaction means what? If you are making and you are selling within same state like Maharashtra. Okay. If this type of transaction is there, buyer is from Maharashtra, seller is from Maharashtra, then what type of tax you are going to charge? CGST, SGST. Okay. On the other hand, if you are transferring within 2 states, this is your Maharashtra, this is your Gujarat. Whenever there is a state boundary, what type of GST you are going to charge? That is IGST. Okay. On the other hand, if you are making a transaction between union territories like Ladakh, buyer is from Ladakh only, seller is from Ladakh only. So if they are making a transaction, then you are going to charge CGST plus SGST. Okay, so these are 4 different type of taxes we have in this. Now, next, a company recognizes a deferred tax asset of 20,000 due to a timing difference. In recognizing provision for doubtful debts, this will result in which of the following? A. Decrease in taxable income in the current period. B. An increase in accounting income in the current period. C. A decrease in tax payable in the future periods when the provision is utilized. D. A decrease in tax expense in the current period. Deferred tax asset you are showing of 20,000 because of timing difference. So what that mean? That means what? So when companies prepare their books, okay, so they need to prepare 2 types of book. One which is given by income tax and one which is given by Companies Act. So there are different rules and regulations. These 2 acts are saying. So if there is any difference because of these 2 acts, that is your deferred tax. Okay, that is your deferred tax. Now deferred tax further divided into 2 parts. That is your permanent difference. Permanent difference arises because of fees, because of interest, because of penalties. So that are the examples of your permanent difference. When we talk about temporary difference, that is the second classification under deferred tax. Under temporary difference, we get because of depreciation. So the example of temporary depreciation is what? Depreciation. Currently, might be you are charging less amount. In future, you are going to pay higher amount. So because of that, again temporary difference divides into 2 parts. Number 1, deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability. Deferred tax asset means in future you are going to pay less tax. Means presently you are paying higher amount of tax. Okay, because of this difference, either you will be paying higher amount or you will be paying less amount. So if you are paying higher amount at present time, that will lead to deferred tax asset. But if at present you are paying less amount and in future you are going to pay higher amount, that is your liability. Defer means future. Okay, in future you are shifting it. So deferred tax can be asset also, it can be your liability also. So in this, what is happening? Deferred tax asset of 20,000 means what? What is happening in this? A decrease in taxable income in the current period? No, if it is a decrease in taxable income, means you are paying less tax. That's why you are going to pay higher tax in the future. So this is not the correct answer. Next, an increase in accounting income in the current period? No, increase in accounting income will what? if you are increasing your accounting income, you are going to enjoy under the income tax. Means you are paying less amount. So this is also not a true statement. C. Decrease in tax payable in future period when the provision is utilized. So that is what asset. In future, we are going to pay less amount of tax. So the correct statement is your option C. Decrease in tax expense in the current period. That is also not deferred tax asset. Okay, chaliye. Now let's see the next question. Which of the following costing methods is best suited for industries where production is continuous and products are indistinguishable from each other? A. Job costing. B. Batch costing. C. Process costing. D. Contract costing. In this, they want to know which costing method they need to use if it is suited for industries where production is continuously. Like FMCG company. Like your oil company. So if you are this type of companies, then what method of costing will be beneficial for you? That will be your process costing. Under process costing, we say when you are manufacturing continuously. Okay? You are manufacturing continuously, plus there is no difference in your production. So you use this process costing. Batch costing, in this you use job plus process. That is what batch costing. So what is job costing then? Job costing means when customer gives specific order. Specific order. And that order will take somewhat small time. On the other hand, if we talk about contract costing, generally in this also we get special order only. But the time size is more than 12 months. So this is what contract costing. Okay, so the correct answer of this question is your process costing, in which you are going to generate continuously. Chali, next. A factory uses job costing. Job X requires 15,000 in direct material, 10,000 in direct labor, and factory overheads are applied at 80% of direct labor cost. What is the total cost of job X? You need to tell me what is the total cost of your job X. So as per job costing, what we say, you get special order, specific order. Hana? This is what the definition we see under job costing. So whatever cost you incur, whatever cost, you need to add all of them. Okay? And like fixed cost, if you see, that is pre-decided by management. What portion you need to charge, that is pre-decided by management. Now what is fixed cost? Fixed cost like rent, your insurance amount. Okay, fixed costs are those costs which will never fluctuate with the volume of production. And the other costs like material, labor, these are variable costs. So if you want to increase your expenses, if you want to increase your production, you need to increase this type of expenses. So they are directly proportional to your expense side, to your unit side. So in this, they are saying that overheads are applied at 80% of direct labor cost. And we need to calculate total cost. So how to calculate total cost? 15,000, then 10,000. Okay, this is your direct material, this is your direct labor. And for factory overhead, what they are saying, 80% of direct labor. So 10,000 into 80%, which will be your 8,000. 33,000. So as per this, which option is your correct answer? Yes, correct is your A. 33,000. Chaliye. Next. A manufacturing company produces 10,000 units of a product at a total cost of 5 lakh. During the production process, abnormal loss of 1,000 units occurs due to spoilage, and the normal loss is estimated to be 5% of the total production. What is the cost per unit of the abnormal loss? You need to calculate. The value of abnormal loss. they are giving the direct full answer now, so calculate the full amount only. Don't calculate cost per unit. Okay, please don't calculate cost per unit, because in this they are giving the full amount only. Full cost they are giving. Total cost of abnormal loss they are giving. See, what things they are giving? They are saying units. Okay, how many units you have? Input units, 10,000 units you have. Then product at a total cost. Okay, they also gave you the total cost. Total cost equal to 5 lakh. Okay, during the production process, abnormal loss of 100 units. They are giving directly the abnormal loss unit. Abnormal units directly 10,000 units. Occurs due to spoilage, and the normal loss. Normal loss is your 5% of the total production. Okay, so the total amount is your 10,000. 5%. So that is your 500. Now how to calculate the value? Value of total cost minus sell of scrap value sorry minus normal loss units multiplied with number of units of abnormal loss. So total cost is how much? Total cost is your 5 lakh. Okay, there is no scrap, so we are going to write 0. What is your input? That is 10,000. How much normal loss we have? How many units in that we have? That is 500. This we need to multiply with abnormal units of abnormal loss. So they are giving directly the 10,000 units are your abnormal loss units. So as per that, which option is your correct option? So 5 lakh divided by 9,500 into 1,000 units. So as per that, your correct answer will be 52,631 around something. So as you can see, close answer is 52,600. A is your correct answer. So here are a few formulas that you need to use for calculations. Okay, so let's take a revision of this. Process costing is what? When a mass production of similar products we are doing. So under this process costing, few times we see losses also. Few times we see losses, and these losses are distinguished as normal loss and abnormal loss. Okay, abnormal loss means they are inherent type of nature they have. Means even with lots of trial and with so many precautions also, you cannot save these type of losses. Like if you see the petrol, and if it meets with the air, that will evaporate. You cannot recover that petrol. You cannot save that petrol. That quality or that characteristic you cannot change of petrol. Okay, so that is what type of loss? That is normal loss. On the other hand, abnormal loss means because of machine breakdown, okay, because of strike, you are facing these type of losses. So abnormal loss, if they ask any question based on normal loss, what formula you are going to use? Cost of one unit equal to total cost minus sale value of scrap divided by input units minus normal loss units. This is the formula for calculating cost of one unit. Next, for calculating abnormal loss, value of abnormal loss equal to total cost minus scrap value of normal loss units. That same formula you are going to use here also. The only difference is you need to multiply with units of abnormal loss. That is the only difference. For calculating the abnormal loss value, you need to multiply with units of abnormal loss only. For calculating the cost of 1 unit, you need to subtract the normal loss units. Okay, so these are the methods for your process losses. Next question. Match the following. Section ATD, ATE, ATG, AT, TTA, ATU. Description like deduction for donation to charitable institutions. Second, deduction for health insurance premium. Third, deduction for interest on loan for higher education. Fourth, deduction for interest on deposit in saving account. D, deduction for persons with disability. You need to match the following sections with their description. Tell me which option is correct option in this. Chaliye. So ATD talks about insurance premium, है ना? Insurance premium related to your medical. So the second option, deduction for health insurance premium, that is correct. So A is your second one. E means education. E means educations. D means doctor. You can retain like that. Education, whatever interest you pay on higher education loan. So for the B, you have option 3. Then ATG. G you need to retain by knowing that it is a donation to charitable institutions. So C equal to 1, and ATTTA means whatever interest you pay on deposit in your saving account, you get the deduction under ATTTA, that is 4th. And ATU, deductions for person with disability. So E is equal to 5. As per this, your correct option is your, yes, that is your A option. Correct everyone. Now, let's revise what are the other deductions we have under the income tax. We have ATC. So ATC deduction talks about the life insurance premium, deferred annuity, contribution to provider, fund subscription to certain equity, and the maximum limit you get under this, that is 1,50,000 only. Okay, even after considering section ATC, ATCCC, subsection 1 of double CD, you are going to get only 1,50,000 as your total deduction. For the ATD, health insurance premium deduction you get. For the E, you get interest on loan taken for higher education. For G, you get the donations to certain funds, charitable institutions deduction. Then QQB, when you are paying, when you are receiving the royalty income, when you are writing some book, except NCERT books or textbooks. Okay. Then RRB, whatever income you generate from royalty on patents, that is included under RRB. ATTTA, interest on deposit in your saving account. TTB, respect in case of deposit in case of senior citizens. Then U, deductions in case of a persons with disability. So these are the few deductions that you get if you invest or you do the expenditure related to this many characteristics. Chaliye. Let's see the next question. A manufacturing company produces bicycles and incurs various costs during its production process. You need to classify the cost as either direct or indirect cost. Bicycle frame, wages of assembly line worker, C, factory utilities, office supplies for administrative department, tires used in the bicycle, salary of the factory manager, and which of the following correctly classify the above cost. Okay, so here are your options, but before we see the options, please see tell me which are your direct and which are your indirect cost. Direct cost means what? Direct means what? Directly producing. Okay, in your production process, expenses which are directly helping you, so that are direct. Indirect, what? They are not directly helping you in production, they are the back expenses, other expenses. Chaliye, so tell me, bicycle frame is what, direct or indirect cost? Bicycle is your bicycle frame is your direct cost. Okay, wages of assembly line worker, again assembly line worker means they are directly involving in what, production, so that is also your direct. Factory utilities, electricity, water, that is indirect. Then office supplies for the administrative department, that is again indirect. Then tires used in the bicycle, without bicycle you cannot manufacture your bicycle, so this is again direct. Salary of the factory manager, that is your indirect. So as per this, A, B and E is your direct. Okay, so yes, correct is your D option. Correct option is your D. Chaliye, let's see the next question. A furniture manufacturing company aims to earn a profit of 2,50,000. The company fixed costs are 3 lakh and it has profit volume ratio of 40%. Determine the sales revenue required to achieve this target profit. Which of the following options correctly represent the required sales revenue? You need to calculate the sales revenue. If you know the formula, you can easily calculate this. Okay, calculate this. Calculate this. So, in this, what are the things they have already given to you? That is first is your profit. Okay, that is 2,50,000. Next is your fixed cost. That is your 3 lakh. That is your 3 lakh. Okay. Then PV ratio. PV ratio, that is 40%. And we need to calculate sales revenue. Acha. So we know one thing, that sales minus variable cost will give you contribution. Hana? And if we subtract fixed cost with this, we get what? We get profit. This is already we know. So if we add this, both the things, means fixed cost plus profit. So we are going to get contribution. We can calculate easily contribution. Contribution equal to profit plus fixed cost. So that is how much? 2,50,000 plus 3 lakh. So your total answer is 5,50,000. This is your contribution. And one more thing we know, that PV formula is what? PV ratio equal to contribution divided by sales. Okay, so if we are using contribution full amount, total amount, and in this we know the PV ratio. So sales amount equal to 5,50,000 divided by 40% PV ratio. By dividing 5,50,000 divided by 40%, that will give you the sales amount, and the amount is 13,75,000. How to calculate this? See, if you are holding your calculator now, please everyone see this. 5,50,000. Okay. Either you can use the fraction, that is 0.4, or you can use this amount also. So if you divide by 0.4, you are going to get 13,75,000. Okay. And if you want to use this percentage, so how you can calculate 4,40,000 divided by 40%? Just a minute. For how much? 5,50,000 divided by 40%. ठीक है, so the correct answer is your option B. Next question. See, in this you need to remember this formula. ठीक है, this formula, then your PV ratio formula. Very important formulas for your module D questions. Next, ABC Builders Private Limited is working on a large contract that is yet to be completed by the end of the financial year. The company needs to calculate profit for the portion of work completed. Total estimated cost 1000, estimated total profit 300, total cost to date 450. ABC Builders recognizes profit based on the proportion of cost incurred. What will be the amount of profit to recognize for the year ending? So for calculating profit to date, ठीक है, for calculating profit to date, we need to use cost incurred till date divided by total cost multiplied with your estimated total profit. This formula we need to use for calculating the profit. So till date, how much cost we already incurred? That is 450. ठीक है. What total cost we estimated? That is 1000. That is 1000. Estimated total profit? That is 300. So 450 divided by 1000 into 300. That is your 135 lakhs. Till date, after incurring 450 cost, you recovered 135 profit. So the answer is your option C. Okay, chaliye. Let's see the next question. Mr. Kumar, aged 45 years, has incurred the following expenses and investment during the financial year 23-24. Paid 20,000 towards medical insurance premium for himself and his family. Then paid 60,000 as interest on an education loan taken for his daughter's higher educations. Received 40,000 as interest income from fixed deposit with a bank. You need to calculate total deductions available to Mr. Kumar for the financial year 23-24. So we have few limits under deduction. So in this you need to calculate the deduction amount which is available to him. Chali. So if we talk about first point, that medical insurance, okay, so as his age is less than 60 years, he is eligible up to 25,000. So 20,000 is eligible amount. Then under 80, D. Then paid 60,000 in interest on education loan. You can take full amount under 80 E. Last point, receive 40,000 as interest income from fixed deposit with a bank. Okay, as his age is less than 60 years, he is eligible for 80 TTA. But only if your interest amount from your saving account, then only you are eligible for 10,000 deduction. But in this point, they are saying, though you are receiving 40,000, but that interest income is from fixed deposit. So you're not allowed for this deduction. So your final amount is your 80,000 only. Correct answer is your option C. Correct answer is your option C. Okay. Only if you are more than 60 years, means if you are covering under 80 TTB, then you are allowed for 50,000, and for both the interest, whether you receive the interest from saving account or from fixed deposit, you are eligible for deduction. But as you are less than 45 years, you are not eligible for this 40,000. Chaliye, let's see the next question. Explain the concept of abnormal gain in the context of your production process. A. Abnormal gain refers to the situation where actual production units exceed a standard due to favorable conditions, worker efficiency, or unexpected reduction in anticipated losses. B. Abnormal gain occurs when production output is less than input due to inefficiencies in the process or adverse conditions. C. Abnormal gain refers to the unexpected reduction in output quantity compared to input quantity estimated before production due to increased worker efficiency or favorable process conditions. None of the above. Oh, tell me which option? Okay, which option? In this, they are asking about abnormal gain. Like we have abnormal loss that will not incur daily. Hai na? If it incurs daily, that will be normal loss. So like abnormal loss, might we see sometime abnormal gain also? So which option is your correct? Chaliye. So one by one, let's evaluate. Listen, this is abnormal gain. Gain means you are in a profit side. So if you see abnormal gain, this is a situation where actual production unit exceeds standard due to favorable conditions. Yes, gain means though you decided that you can calculate even after considering loss, suppose 100 units. Okay, and you decided that your loss will be around 10 units. So how much output you decided that you will be generating in this? 90 units. But because of favorable condition, now your normal loss is not 10 units. Your loss is only, suppose, 5 units. So input unit is 100 and loss unit is only 5 units. Means you are increasing the units in your production. So what is saying in this point? Situation where actual production you exceed standard. This is what they are saying. Okay, you are on a benefit side because of favorable condition. So this is right option. Now let's talk about B. Abnormal gain occurs when production output is less than input due to inefficiencies. If inefficiencies is there, then it is not a gain. That will be a loss. Okay, next. Abnormal gain refers to the unexpected reduction in output quantity compared to input quantity. No, that is not. If there is a reduction in your actual output quantity, again it will not be a gain. Because might be you are seeing abnormal loss. Okay. And last option is not the option. So because we have already the correct option. So your correct option is option A. After this, Niharika ma'am will join. We are going to conduct this session till 12. So after me, Niharika ma'am will join. Chaliye. So this is how we need to calculate. And this is how we need to find out the answers. Okay. Let's see the next question. Which form is used for filing quarterly TCS returns and what certificate is provided to the buyer? A. TCS returns are filed under 27EQ and TCS certificate to the buyer is issued under Form 27D. Second, TCS returns are filed under 27D and TCS certificate to the buyer is issued under 27EQ. Then, TCS returns are filed under Form 26 AS and TCS certificate under 27D. 4. TCS returns filed under 26 QB and TCS returns under Form 27D. So, when TCS is applicable, there is a seller, okay? There is a buyer. Sellers transfer specific goods to buyer, and buyer, while paying the cash, will be paying the TCS amount. This TCS amount belongs to government. So, seller will be transferring this TCS amount quarterly to government. Okay, under which form? Form 27 EQ. Okay, and for a proof, seller will give TCS certificate. TCS certificate to whom? To your buyer under Form D. So, correct option is? Yes, correct option is your option A. Chaliye, let's see the next. Okay, let's revise TCS and TCS under GST and TCS under income tax. See, under TCS income tax, some exemptions are given. To whom? To your public sector company, to your central and state government, to your embassies. Okay? These are exempt parties under your TCS of your Income Tax Act 1961. Then, filing quarterly TCS, EQ, TCS certificate to buyer, Form 27D. Then, interest if seller is not depositing to the government on time, that is 1% per month. Remember this is month. If you are a non-filer for more than 2 years, then higher tax rate. Okay, so this is given under your TCS of your Income Tax Act 1961. On the other hand, we have the next TCS under your GST. That is only applicable if you are e-commerce company like Nykaa, Amazon, Myntra. If you are these type of companies, then you need to deduct TCS under GST. That is 1% IGST or 0.5 CGST or SGST. Means if you are inter-state transaction you are doing, means Maharashtra to Gujarat. CGST, SGST when you are doing Maharashtra to Maharashtra. Deposit time to government is what? 10th of the next month. Then we have registration compulsorily under GST. So these are the few points that you need to remember. Okay. Next. ABC Furniture Manufacturing Limited. Okay, I will give you. Just give me a moment. ABC Furniture Manufacturing Limited has accepted a bulk order for producing 160 identical wooden chairs. Cost like direct material cost 1 lakh, direct labor cost 50,000, manufacturing overheads 20,000, administrative overheads allocate at 20% of the material cost in line with the company's standard overhead allocation policy. Additionally, ABC expects earn 30% profit on total cost. What is the selling price as per batch costing system? Please solve this one, then we will be taking break. Okay. Please try to solve this one. So batch costing is what? In batch costing, you see two types of features. One is your job costing. Next is your process costing. Okay. You get specific order and you need to prepare for bulk. That is the combination of batch costing. So under batch, what formula we use? We use total cost of batch divided by number of units in batch. This is the formula we use for calculating batch costing. So, what are the things we are going to add? We are going to add all the cost. Like in this, material 1 lakh we are going to add for calculating this total cost. Then 50,000 we are going to add. Then 20,000 we are going to add. Then 20% of the material cost means 1 lakh into 20%. That will be your 20,000. Okay, so if you add all this cost, 1 lakh plus 50,000 plus 20,000 plus 20,000, that is 1,90,000. This is your total cost. And they are saying that company expects to earn 30% profit on the total cost. So suppose plus 30% if you add, that will become your selling price. So 1,90,000 plus 30%, that will be what? That will be your 2,47,000. Hana? That will be your 2,47,000. This will be what? After adding this amount, 2,47,000. This is your selling price. Okay. And if this you divide 2,47,000 divided by 160 units we have. So 247 divided by 160. So correct answer is 1545. Okay, this is how we need to do calculation of batch costing. Okay, so here we complete the revision of module D and your A. After me, Niharika ma'am will continue this session. Okay, so all the very best. This session will be continued by Niharika ma'am. So please don't go anywhere. If you want to take a break, please take a break for maximum 5 minutes. Okay, because you know our time is very crucial right now. So take a break for 5 minutes. Like if you see on a screen, it is 9:30. Okay, so let's take a break of 9:20 p.m. and from 9:20 p.m. Niharika ma'am will continue this session. So please don't go anywhere because this is very crucial time, and all the very best for your exam. Be confident. You know each and everything. So with this, I am winding up. Bye-bye everyone. See you tomorrow and do share your result with us. Take care. Bye-bye. All the very best. So with this, I am winding up. Bye-bye everyone. See you tomorrow and do share your result with us. Take care. Bye-bye. All the very best.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Officer 24/7. My name is Niharika Bhatnagar, and this is our YouTube channel, JIB CIB English Medium. And this is where we begin. Everybody, please let me know if I'm audible as well as visible, so I can begin with the particular session. I can see many of the bankers who are there in the paid sessions as well with me. Oh. Everybody, please share the session, like the session, and subscribe to the channel. All set. Okay. Good evening, Nalina ma'am. Good to see you. Manohar sir, you're also there. Everybody who's from the paid sessions, please let me know that you're present in the class. Audio, video all sorted. Thank you, Ajay sir. Let's begin with the session, everyone, with all that particular energy that we require, since this session is gonna go long, and ultimately this is the time when we need to look forward to it. Babu sir, is there any issue? Chali everyone. Done? Okay. How was your examination of PPP? That's one particular examination which I've just ended. So you're done with two papers already. You are almost reached the mid of your JIB sessions. Everybody, please start sharing the session, like the session, and subscribe to the channel right away. We're gonna be there till the late evening, so I would say that your presence and your energy is gonna bring me up. There's a huge number of questions there. Done, na sir? Basically, at that point of time, you might be hearing the particular echo since I was looking at the particular class and I realized the mic was on. Chali everyone, starting with the session with all that energy. The question says, identify the true statement of the following. Balance sheet is always prepared from the point of view of the business, but not from the point of view of owners. The financial relationship of the business to its owners is shown in the balance sheet, or the balance sheet is always related to a period of time. Everyone, we have studied when we talk about balance sheet, na, it is specifically for on as on one particular day. Okay, since it's always on as on one particular day, it is not for a period of time. Profit and loss account is for a period of time. So this particular point is definitely not valid. Rest balance sheet is always from the point of view of the business only, and the financial relationships, actually the financial health of the organization is studied through it. That means, what do we look at, everyone? We look at the net worth of an organization through this scenario, right? So when we talk about the balance sheet is related to the area of, not audible, Nalina ma'am, am I audible clearly? Babu sir, work harder. I think you all you need is basically the specific area of total, na. Your aggregate should work out. In this case, everyone, the first and second is correct. Correct, ma'am. In this case, number one is your A, that is 1 and 2. Acha, everyone, next question. What is the correct sequence of the following actions for the preparation of the financial accounts? Trading account, making adjustments, balance sheet, or P&L? Select the correct answer from the following, everyone. What's the sequence? We have talked about accounting cycles so many times in our classes. What's the specific sequence, everyone? When we talk about the sequence in this case, how does it work? When we talk about the sequence in which we prepare the balance sheet is, first of all, you prepare your trading account, then you prepare your profit and loss account, then you make the adjustments there, है ना? Then you have to make the adjustments further, and last is preparation of your balance sheet. Balance sheet is always the last thing that is prepared. Or is it the opposite? Everyone? But the point is, first is not given in this area. What do we do exactly? When we talk about the correct way now, in this case, the first thing that you have to do is you have to make the adjustments. So the first part is making the adjustments, that is 2. Then what you do is prepare your trading account. Then you prepare your P&L, and then you prepare your balance sheet. So in this case, the correct answer is actually C. Right? 2, 1, 4, and 3. Correct. Very good. Then next question, everyone. The question says Mr. Prakash sells 25% on sales. His sales were 10 lakh 20,000 during the year. However, he sold damaged goods for 20,000, costing 30,000. Acha, this sale is included in 10 lakh 20,000. The amount of GP is, what is the amount of GP, everyone? How can we define the GP in this case, everyone? Acha, now let's look at this part. If I take up this 10 lakh 20,000, this is our total sales, है ना? In this case, he sold the goods for 20,000. Matlab, this 20,000 is for the abnormal goods. Technically, our normal sale is 10 lakh, है ना? If our normal sale is 10 lakh, then how do we define this part? your total amount of GP, or that is 25% on sales. This is your normal sales into 25%. Matlab ideally your GP comes out to be 2,50,000. But we have sold this particular stock worth rupees 30,000 for 20,000. What does it mean, everyone? I sold something which is worth rupees 30k for 20k. That means, everyone, there is a particular loss on your GP side which is of 10,000. So technically I would have made 10,000. I would have made an amount of 2,50,000, but just because we sold something on a loss, that loss has to be considered here. My current situation is 2,40,000. Then it's a trick question there. Then in this case you have to consider these points. Acha, that is your answer is 2,40,000. Next point, everyone. This particular question is basically a theoretical question converted into a practical way. Look at this part. Joy Limited issued 2,50,000 equity shares of rupees 10 each at a premium of rupees 1 each, payable 2.5 on application, 4 on allotment, and balance on final call. Matlab they have said it starts with your 2.5 rupees is on application, 4 rupees on allotment, and remaining 4, 5, 6. 6.5 is here, so 3.5 would be on first and final call. But they say that there's a particular premium as well. If nothing stated, premium is normally a part of your allotment. ठीक है, done. Applications were received for 5 lakh equity shares, but the company allotted to them 2,50,000. See, even if people ask for 5 lakh shares, if I have issued 2,50,000, that's all I can deal with. Beyond this amount, I am not allowed to deal. है ना? So technically, I wanted 2,50,000. People asked for 5 lakh shares. The maximum I can allot is 2,50,000 shares. Done. Excess money was applied towards amount due on allotment. Whatever extra we received, we are putting it in the next level. Done. The last call on 500 shares was not received. Matlab, we asked someone to pay, but he didn't pay. What amount he didn't pay? Only the last call on these 500 shares. And due to this, his shares were forfeited after the notice. You ask the person time and again ki bhaiya, your amount is pending, your amount is pending. We kept on saying that, but the person didn't pay, everyone. So in this case, what happened? In this is a case of what? Number one, people asked for 5 lakh, I could give them 2,50,000. Technically, this is first of all a case of over subscription. We were over subscribed. Number two, when we talk about this, since we allowed or we gave the shares which were partial, so we also had a case of pro rata. That means we gave partial allotment. Last is forfeiture. I asked someone to pay the amount, but since they didn't pay, so ultimately we also have faced one more point, that is forfeiture, that the other person didn't pay the pending amount. So in this case, what's going to be the answer? The answer is all of the above, everyone. Okay, next question, everyone. Pradeep sir, everyone else, am I audible clearly? Please confirm. And at the same time, please keep on sharing the session, like the session. Your enthusiasm is the first thing that I look forward to, everyone. Okay, coming to the next portion. Which one of the following entities is required to represent the consolidated financial statements? The financial statements which are basically of more than one organization. As per Ind AS 110, all companies having more than one division, all government companies, entity that controls one or more other organization, or all companies are required to present consolidated financial statements. See, when we talk about consolidated financial statements, that means we are asking some other organization to show their books of accounts in ours. for example, if I hold more than one company, then that means I have a hold over other companies, and whenever income tax department or any other department, competition act, or even the act of this companies act, all these acts are looking at myself now, they need to know which particular organizations are owned by me. In India, you cannot basically deceive the government. So in this case, what happens is, if any organization controls more than one organization, then yes, they have to prepare consolidated financial statements. Okay? So in this case, entity that controls one or more other entities, they are supposed to do this. The answer is C, everyone. Not every organization has to do this. Okay, next question. In that case, in the case of an entity with branches all over India and abroad, what tasks does the software perform? Easy question. What task does the software perform, everyone? Only maintains accounts of the head office? No. Then comes ignores the branch accounts. I wish they could do that, but ultimately, branches, head office, it doesn't matter. Everything belongs to the organization itself. So they cannot be really blind about it. Na? Then maintain accounts of all the branches and the head office, prepares the consolidated financial statements. Last is it excludes the preparation of consolidated financial statements, or looking at the point, consolidated trial balance. Correct, Babu sir? Everybody else? When we talk about the area where how does the software perform, you cannot be just linked with your branch, or either you cannot be just linked with the head office. If an organization has multiple branches, na, you have to prepare both. You have to look forward towards the head office as well as the branches, everyone. That is C. Correct, Nilna ma'am. Everybody else, here comes the next question. Acha, this is a question from depreciation somehow, but this is also a part of financial statement, so you can look it that way. Uh, Acha, I think similar question we have done. We have just done this same question recently, but let's discuss it. There is a plant of rupees 3000. Acha, sold for 4200. Someone asked me that, Niharika ma'am, I bought something for 3000. Pata hai maine kaha, very good. They sold it for 4200. That means clear cut 1200 profit is definitely visible, but they say depreciation provision till date is 400. Matlab, if your plant value is 3000, remove this 400 depreciation out of it, the current value is 2600. Something which costs 2600, we are selling it at 4200. Isn't it cool? It is cool, but they say that the commission paid to selling agent was 350. Acha, matlab, if I said that my sale is of 4200, I paid 350 ka commission, as well as the profit charges paid for removing the plant. We have also paid 100 rupees for removing the plant. So technically, everyone, what's happening? Everyone, please pick up your calcies now. We really need the calcies right away. In this case, it's gonna be 4200 minus 350 minus 100, giving me an amount of 3750. And your initial cost is 2600, and your selling price is 3750. So 3750 minus 2600 gives me an amount of 1150. Correct, everyone? That is 1150. Acha, next question, everyone. This is a question is that is related to the area of financial statements. Look at this part. The question says A's trial balance provides you the following information. Bad debts is of 3000. Provision for bad debt is 5000. Matlab, everyone, we were prepared for 5000, but somehow we had to pay 3000 as bad debts. Matlab, this is a pure debt loss. It is desired to maintain a provision of 1500 for the doubtful debts in the upcoming future as well. The amount to be recorded in P&L will be what? in this case now, always remember what bad has happened. First of all, the worst thing that has happened is a clear bad debt. 3,000 bad debt has already incurred, and at the same time they say be prepared. Pata hai, you should be ready. 1,500 more is yet to come. That means I should be prepared for overall 4,500. While I'm over prepared, everyone, because I kept 5,000 rupees in this area. So I have kept an excess of provision. So what should I do in this case? Go ahead and answer quickly, everyone. What should I do in this case? Very good. 500 is basically something which is extra that I have created. Extra created matlab I have to reverse it. Since I have to reverse it, the loss is not there. Since the loss is not there, then in this case the point should be 500 should be on the credit side instead of debit side. Right? Chali everyone, next question. Income received in advance if the given in the trial balance is shown in. I have received income in advance. Where do you record it? Someone paid me in advance, everyone. It is a good sign, though. The person has paid me in advance. So, but there's one problem. Isn't it a liability? Matlab, I would take it as a liability that someone has given me money before time. And if I receive the funds before time, the scary part is that what if I am not able to provide the services accordingly? So this is income received in advance. If they say this term sales, then though it is clear it's a part of trading account. Since the question doesn't specify whether it is relating to the what kind of income overall, that is why the only way is we take it to the profit and loss account and we record it as something which belongs to the upcoming year, so it has to be removed. Secondly, one more thing, everyone, that is if you receive the income before matlab you receive the income in certain way that it has been received before that particular time, so for the organization it's a liability because it is required by them to do so, है ना? So in this case that part is your adjustment. Acha, the question says, oh, if it is only everyone, if this would have been given as an adjustment na, tab to it makes sense. Thank you. If they would have given this as an adjustment, tab to I would have gone for C, since I didn't look at the question clearly. Income received in advance is given in trial balance. Anything given in trial balance goes only once. Someone paid me before time, it's a stressful thing because now I have to perform. Otherwise, if I don't do the particular transaction, then he can sue me. So technically, this point will come out to be the liability side. Hint everyone, the term trial balance here makes sure that it will go only at one place. Babu sir, that's correct. C should be the point, but this is not given as an adjustment. It is a part of trial balance. Rule says anything which is written in the trial balance goes only once. Other than the trial balance goes into the particular the trial balance thing is going only once in the entire financial statements. When there is something which is called adjustment, it has to be added on the debit as well as credit side. Voice coming first. Let me see everyone. From my side, I cannot see any kind of glitch that way. Everybody else, is there any such error that is coming up? Chaliye, till then I'm starting with a specific area. I think I will have the tech team along with me. Manohar sir, can you basically what you need to do is just refresh the page. Maybe that can be a problem there. Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Now look at this part, everyone. This particular question somehow went on to something else. When we talk about this is module A actually. Assertion says that certain accounting conventions like consistency, conservatism, full disclosure are allowed while preparing financial statements. Yes, they are allowed. But use of accounting conventions makes the financial statements comparable, simple, and realistic. Everyone, what is the point? This reasoning and assertion. All okay? Thank you so much. Everybody, please like the session and share the session as well. If you have recently joined, everyone, in this case, what is going to be the answer? The question says certain accounting conventions. See, conventions are basically allowed while preparing financial statements. These are mandatory rather. And at the same time, when we talk about this, see, if I'm preparing my books of accounts like this, the entire industry follows it. That is why it is called conventions. Conventions, matlab, which is practiced in the entire industry in the same way. So technically, the answer is A. Got the idea, everyone? I request you all go ahead and answer. Deepak sir, second point. See, the point is when we talk about conventions, na conventions, matlab it is a practice. It goes like this in the market only. That means if I follow it and you are also following it, then I my books of accounts can be compared to yours easily, and it becomes easy as well and simple. है ना? Okay. Next question, everyone. Just avoid the serial number there. That was of something else. Anji, the process known as dash takes advantage of an opportunity to make a riskless profit using a different exchange rate. Okay, this is related to the area of forex, forward trading, spot trading, arbitrage, or revaluation. When we talk about forward trading, it's basically a trading where we decide the price of something in future today. Acha, everyone, one more thing. I'm gonna start with the Chalisa at 4 a.m. tomorrow. Matlab, today itself, I think I would say. Once this day ends, your 4 a.m. class would be there for your Chalisa. Matlab, I'll be covering the entire syllabus in a quicker manner. So please go ahead and be there in that particular session in the morning as well. Since you and I both are having a sleepless night, so let's make it more materialistic and at the same time more relevant for the exam. है ना? In this case, when we talk about the process known as this particular area, which takes the advantage, acha, everyone, I came to know that पता है market A. Sure, sir. When we talk about the specific area, na, the option here are first is forward trading. Forward trading matlab, sir, you and I were sitting and I said, sir, I want $100 after 3 months. You said, ma'am, ठीक है. Then let's fix up the price at 82 rupees per dollar. Then I said, okay, if this is what we are following, this is called forward trading. Spot trading, matlab, what is the price today? And we are gonna settle it up within the next T plus 2 days. Transaction day plus 2 day. Okay? Then revaluation, you already know, changing the value of those particular things as per the requirement. Last is arbitrage. Arbitrage is what I came to know. The price of that commodity is less in market A. In market B, it is higher. So what should I do? Let's buy it at 40 rupees from A and sell it at 80 rupees to B. In this case, what's happening? I am earning even, and I am earning because of the gap that exists in the market. Got the idea, everyone? Pavan sir? Oja sir? Manohar sir, Alna ma'am, everybody. When we talk about this question, the answer is arbitrage. Matlab, I come to know that something is available at a lower cost in one particular area and higher in the other. The answer explanation is there. Arbitraging means you make riskless profit by looking forward to a transfer of foreign exchange from the market with a lower rate to the market with a higher exchange rate. Sell low, buy low and sell high. Next question, everyone. Look at this specific area. This particular question is though related to the area of double declining method. Matlab, since I was preparing the questions of module A as well, so it got mixed up. So please go ahead and answer, everyone. Cost of asset is 10 lakh. Okay. Estimated life is 10%. Estimated useful life of the asset is given, and they are asking what is the accumulated depreciation for the second year using double declining method. Also, sir, I think I'm not able to get the particular point that you are saying, Manohar sir. Acha, everyone, what should I do? Always remember when we talk about double declining method now, it always says that 1 divided by 1/4 of what, everyone? 1/4 of the life of that asset. Matlab, in this case, 1 divided by life of the asset multiplied by 10% into 2. This would be your depreciation per year, everyone. This comes out to be 2.5 into 2. 5%. I think there's some issue with this question. I think we have discussed this particular question there as well. So I'm gonna skip this part overall, because normally what we do is, acha, sorry, it is 1 divided by 4, 1 divided by life of the asset into 2 actually. Nahi, theek hai. In this case, and double declining method says the 1 divided by the life of that asset. Matlab 1 divided by life of that asset is there. In this case, they say the estimated residual value is 10% of cost. Matlab, in this case, whatever the value is, it is gonna decline further. So 1/4 of your total value of that asset multiplied by 2. This will determine your depreciation. That means 200 divided by 4. So the depreciation in this case comes out to be 50%, everyone. If there is something which is cost of 10 lakh, then your depreciation is 50% in the first case. That means your first year depreciation is 5 lakh. And then, everyone, the next time you do it, 5 lakh. Done, everyone. In this case, the first year is sorted. 5 lakh into 50. Acha, first year is 5 lakh rupees. Out of the total 10 lakh rupees, 50% is gone. Then the next part is the next year. If it is 5 lakh rupees, out of this 5 lakh, 50% should be there as depreciation. Matlab 2 lakh 50. So in this case, your total depreciation comes out to be what? The total depreciation is of 7 lakh 50, everyone. But how did we determine? 1 divided by the life of the asset, okay, into the value of that asset is taken. Done? So in this case, what's going to be the answer? The answer is 7,50,000, everyone. Next question. There's a depreciation area again, but this is a question of module A again. A firm charges depreciation of 10,000 for the first 2 years. In the third year, the charges are 5,000. In the fourth, it is 8,500. This is considered undesirable because of what application, everyone? You charge whatever amount for depreciation. Why would they have a problem? Everybody, what would be the answer in this case? Does your depreciation fluctuate? Everybody, when we define this specific area, when a fluctuation comes, that means we are not following the books of accounts in a proper manner. This is consistency is not being followed. If we follow one particular method, the depreciation will keep on declining, and your repair after a certain time, the repair will increase further, making it something where there would be consistency. Everyone, next point, syndication fee. What do you mean by syndication fee? What is the syndication fee typically charged by the lead bank? A fee paid for partnership banks for lead services, the fee paid by a borrower to the lead bank, then a fee paid by the borrower to the participating bank for evaluating the loan, and the last part is the a fee paid by investor to the bank for participating in syndication. Syndication is if someone says I need a bigger loan, then you can do in a better way, then you should go ahead with it. Everybody, syndication fee means what? Syndication fee is basically when multiple organizations is going to come together and provide loans in a group to one organization. So in this case, the correct answer is any fee which is paid for arranging the loan in terms of syndication. Syndication matlab group of people giving the loans together. Done, everyone? So in this case, the correct answer is the fee paid by the borrower. This is called syndication fee. Everyone, next point. What happens if the purchaser defaults on their deferred payment guarantee? DPG. What happens in this case? Hanji, in terms of purchaser defaults the guarantee. I think that's a scary part. Think about it, you gave a guarantee for someone and he doesn't pay. Then what will happen? Then the particular person who gave the guarantee, then he will have to make the payments. And in this case, normally the bank does it. Whenever we are borrowing something, na, matlab in case of exporters and all, their corresponding banks really provide them the details ki haan, this particular person has got enough money, don't worry about it. So in this case, what happens is the bank pays the supplier and the exposure becomes fund based. But that's a bad part for the bank. Ultimately, they have to pay to get rid of that part. Okay, everyone, in the term loan appraisal for an existing enterprise purchasing machinery, which factor is not typically examined? I'm taking a term loan, okay, for an existing enterprise. Which factor is not deeply examined? DSCR, techno economic feasibility, material company competence, or losses profit margins for the last 3 years. Everyone, while taking a loan, whenever you take a loan, one of the basic things is you have to see whether the particular organization can pay you back or not. है ना? Debt service coverage ratio is there. Whether the party can pay off the principal as well as interest. Managerial competence is again required, otherwise there is nothing that we can do about it. And profits is again the proof that your financial health is absolutely fine. So in this case, the one thing that is not deeply examined is the techno-economic feasibility. Everyone, next question on deferred payment guarantee. Which of the following statements is true regarding the risk associated with DPG? But this also gives rise to the contingent liabilities. If the party for whom you had been paying this particular amount, so that particular party is unable to pay, then you might have to pay. Otherwise, both of you are in earning situation. How does it work that way? It has no associated risk to the bank. No, it has a risk. The risk and appraisal are different from the terms. No, everyone. In this case, it carries the same risk and proposal process as the term loan. If people fail to pay term loan, their particular assets can be seized. Done. Next question, everyone. The next question is related to the bond. Everybody try the question, please. A bond whose par value is rupees 1000 bears a coupon rate of 12%, payable semi-annually, and has a maturity period of 3 years, everyone. The required rate of return is 10%. What is the value of the bond, everyone? Acha, there's a particular rule, always remember. If what you want is your YTM is more than the price, the percentage they are offering, that is your interest rate. If that particular thing happens, everybody, whenever we want more and the company is giving us less, then we would always be at a situation where your particular person or any of that source who is related to this area, the value is actually less than normal. Everybody, whenever we want more and we get less, in this case the price of your of that particular amount will definitely go down when you become more or less unpredictable in all. That is where people go ahead with it. Everybody, when we define this arena, when what you want is for a greater price, in this case one thing is clear: YTM matlab what you want is more and they are giving you less. The bond price will fall because you will be disappointed with that bond. While if the company gives a greater interest rate which is more than what you wanted, at this point of time the price of the bond will start rising because people would be ready to pay more of these funds. The value of the bond, everyone, is 10%. The required rate of return is 10%. When we define this area, what's going to be the answer? The value of the bond is clearly stated that, see, what I wanted, the coupon rate is 12%, while I wanted was 10. So technically it has to be more than 1000 rupees. More than 1000 matlab, to what an extent it should be there? It should be basically 1050. Everybody, when we talk about this area, how does it work? See, the point is, if you have this particular area, let me give you this example. Whenever you have these kind of questions in terms of YTM, it works on this basis. See, if you have a particular, you wanted more, you are getting less. At this point of time, you get irritated ki Bhagwan, they are not giving what I wanted. Then your bond value will fall. In this case, you wanted 10%, they are giving 12%. That means one thing is for sure, the bond value is gonna go up in the examination. This is one particular quick rule to do this question. Secondly, what is happening is you are getting 12%. Now coupon it is 12%. Matlab I am getting 120 rupees for 3 years, and in the last year I will also get back my 1000 rupees. Acha, this particular thing, the YTM, the yield to maturity is 10%. That means for 3 years my YTM is uh, 0.909, 0.826 and 0.751. How to do this YTM, everyone? I hope you have a calci there. How do we find your YTM? It is 1 divided by 1.1. This is 1 plus 10%. This makes 0.909 first one, 0.826 second one, and 0.751 third one. So can I say 0.909? 0.909 plus 0.826 plus 0.751 multiplied by 120. First year your overall interest is 298 plus 751 rupees. The overall amount comes out to be 1050.48. How did I calculate? In the third year, 1, 2, 3, you received interest for 3 years, and in the third year, you have received your principal back as well. I normally follow these questions by using the time value of money directly. That is always a better option. My answer came out to be 1049.32. So it is 1050. Done. Everyone, Acha, this is a bigger question. Let me come to this question a little later. This is from the book itself. This was the question I talked about in the last class. Ki, haan, this is the question I want to do. But let's come back to this question. I'm marking it up for you. Ki, this question I'm going to discuss in the end, or maybe in the further area. Okay? Marking it up. Just a moment. Let's just move on for the moment and I'll come back to this question later on. Another question on the value of the bond, everyone. A bond whose par was 5,000, matlab it is for 5,000, ठीक है. Interest rate is 15%. अच्छा, everyone, you are getting interest of 15%. ठीक है. While your interest rate was 10%, you wanted 10, but the company is giving you 15. One thing is for sure, if you wanted less and the company is giving you more, you would be happy with that particular bond, and you will be ready कि ठीक है ना, if that particular thing even it is becoming costly, I will pay more money because I would want it. In this case, your bond should go at a premium. That means it should not be 3520 or 4520. It can either be 5620 or 6920. The answer here is 5620. In this case, see, I didn't even solve the question, and it becomes very easy to solve the question because of one particular theorem. If you want less and the company gives you more, the value of your bond goes up. If you want more and the company gives you less, when you're disappointed, the value of the bond falls. When you are happy, they're giving you more than that, then you go up. Acha. Next question, everyone. That's just a slide there. There's a change in YTM affects the bond with the higher YTM dash and lower YTM dash. Everyone, a change in yield to maturity. You change what people wanted. Yield to maturity is what you want. In this case, what will happen? If a change in YTM, what I wanted, is basically going to affect the bonds with the higher YTM. A change in YTM affects the bond with a higher YTM and lower YTM. Okay, it is basically higher and lower, lower and higher, equally to both ways. And actually, there's one problem. In this case, this higher and lower, this has to be marked. In this case, the answer was this. This was actually the fill in the blank. Higher and lower. This was the YTM. Acha, look at this next question, everyone. When we talk about the specific area of which of the following is the statements are not true regarding duration of a bond. When we talk about the duration of a bond, there is an inverse relationship. This is the theoretical area, but that these kind of questions are normally asked a lot. So this is a very important topic. This is a question from the theorems of YTM. There is an inverse relationship between YTM and duration of the bond. वैसे तो when there's a duration of a bond ना, if it is at a premium, the premium becomes lesser and lesser as soon as maturity time comes closer. If it is at a discount, then discount gets lesser and lesser when the maturity period comes. That's one particular theorem that we talk about. And yes, there's a relationship between YTM. What you want will definitely vary. Okay, if you want more and the company is giving you less, it's definitely going to affect you, है ना? So in this case, there's another point that higher the coupon rate, lower will be the duration of the bond. Yes, this can also happen. So first part is definitely correct. Second part is also definitely correct. And increase in the frequency of coupon payments increases the duration and vice versa. Everyone, if I make frequent payments, will my loan become longer or shorter? This question is itself a trouble. If I repay the loan at a faster pace. Yes, ma'am, sir, the Aarti ma'am's class would be visible after this particular session is over. See, when we talk about the frequency, if I pay the loan as early as possible, what will happen? If the loan repayment is made very early, then your entire area would basically have what? The frequencies there, the duration will become lesser rather than increasing. So this is the correct point where this part is definitely a wrong answer. है ना? Next point. Which of the following best defines the yield to maturity, everyone? It gives the current yield. Yield to maturity is what a particular person wants as that I told you now, is this basically a discount rate at which the present value of the coupon and final payments is made, gives the return or to maturity on the bond of the original holder. Technically, this is not the current yield. When we talk about this area, either B or C. See, bonds are basically the loans that you have taken. So it's all about the price at which you are going to repay them. Next question, everyone. Effective rate of return. What's the effective rate of return? What's the formula for effective rate of return? When we define the effective rate of return, that is effective rate of interest is basically 1 plus R raised to divide by 100 raised to power n minus 1, everyone. So in this case, what's your interest rate? Your interest rate is basically 6%. है ना? But this 6% is for per annum. But everyone, this compounding is done quarterly, not annually. What happens in this case, everyone? When anything that happens here is quarterly. The question says that the payment has to be the simple interest and compound interest, whatever the kind of interest is. It is basically compounded annually. So it is simple. Now this is the interest rate is 6% per annum, but it is compounding quarterly. So in this case, 1 plus this 6% has to be divided by 4. The compounding should be done 4 times a year. है ना? 6 divided by 4 times, I think the answer is 1.5. So you've got 1.5% here, and even your n, the number of years here is gonna increase or decrease the number of times the compounding is done. So in this case, the particular area, they haven't specified this the timing now. So in this case, let's take it 1 year. Then this is minus 1. So just add it up in that way now. That means if I'm adding it up, that is 1 plus 1.5% gives me 1.015. है ना? Now 1.015, this becomes 1.015 raised to power 4 minus 1. The next time we look forward towards the answer, just find the value in certain way that it is 1.015 into, the answer comes out to be 1.0613. This becomes 1.0613. Now in this case, the answer is done, everyone. So in this case should be the correct answer. That is your C. Effective rate of interest, everyone. You always have to see whether if you're preparing for this part, what particular mentality is of the person who's gonna do this in terms of shares. One organization selling the shares is one organization buying it. Done, everyone? The answer is 6.13. Okay, next question, everyone. This is related to the area of EMI. EMI is easy monthly installments, everyone. When we talk about initial repayment through EMI, what happens, everyone? When the amount of EMI increases with progression repayment of the loan, with the initial payment being lowest and thereafter increasing constantly. Done, everyone. Let's talk about this area. When the amount of EMI increases with progression, repayment of the loan with the initial payment. Everybody, when we define this area, when the amount of EMI increases, whatever easy monthly installment you are paying, if this increases, obviously you are cutting down your principal, isn't it? So in this case, what will you call it? Regular EMI, step up, step pay down, or we look forward towards. When someone doesn't pay the amount, then obviously with that particular person has to pay with interest more money, है ना? So in this case, what is happening is when you talk about EMI, you are basically increasing that particular ease in terms of EMI. This is basically step up EMI. Correct, Nalina ma'am? Very good. Next question, everyone. In saving account, 5,000 was deposited in earnings for 6%, 9%. In how many years this money will become double of itself? Do you remember the rule 72? Rule 72 in terms of compounding defines in how much time your money becomes double of its amount. When does the amount becomes double of itself? Any amount becomes double of itself by what? When you use that rule 72, everyone. Sir, I think abhi to I'll be continuing till at least quarter to 12. Expected time is that, and this depends upon the questions that I have. Abhi to I have a lot of questions left with me. We have just begun. We have just crossed the 1 hour mark right now. Correct. That is the rule 72, everyone. 72 divided by the percentage. 9, 8 is the 72. It will take 8 years for us to recover the funds. Correct, Babu sir? Okay? In these 8 years, we will basically double. Manohar sir, this is rule 72. This says that in how much time do you double your compound interest? Double the amount in compound interest. That is called rule 72. That is 72 divided by the rate. Next point, everyone. This is a question on forex. The bid price are as follows. They are saying this is basically Great Britain pound in terms of US dollars, that is 1.57, and this is US dollars at the rate of CHF. This is Czechoslovakia there, na? That is your 0.9300. They are saying that give the particular rate of these two currencies. Everyone, sorry, this is the particular area of Swiss franc, na? CHF area was Swiss franc. Was thinking about another organization, country altogether. Okay, this was the currency of Switzerland. This is your Swiss franc. Acha, the question says that we are looking forward towards pound to franc, and then in US dollars to Swiss franc, and pound to US dollars. But they want the cross rate for these two. Everyone, do you remember the cross rate and chain rule? What's the chain rule, everyone? If your LHS is same, then you divide. When your LHS is not the same, then you multiply. Everyone, your LHS, it goes like one particular Great Britain pound is equal to 1.57 US dollars, and 1 US dollar is equal to Swiss franc 0.9300. That means your LHS, these two terms are LHS is not the same, है ना, in terms of the both the equations. Then what will you do? In this case, you multiply. This is as per chain rule, everyone. If LHS are same, then you divide. This is chain rule, everyone. Same currency, correct. Different currency, multiply. 1.46. Next question, everyone. Which of the following is the factor used in determining the forward margin? Now, this is the margin that we're going to have in future. Huh? Supply and demand position of the currency, market expectation, and interest rate difference between two countries. What is the particular factor which would determine the forward margin? The margin that we're going to have in future. For example, since we talk about the specific currency, na, first of all, it is always depending upon the currency, the supply and the demand. ठीक है ना? Supply demand is the first and the foremost thing that is basically taken care of. Second part is market expectation. In the market expectation, if you have greater market expectation, तब तो your value is definitely high. ठीक है? Otherwise, it can go low. Next part is your interest rate difference between the two countries. Again, I think this is also very important. है ना? Basically, when you are comparing two countries, all these three things are super duper important, isn't it? When all these three things are important, that simply means the answer is all of the above. Next question, everyone. Let's talk about CDS. Which of the following best describes the primary function of CDS? CDS is credit default swaps to enable market participants to speculate on credit events, to protect against interest rate risk, to protect the buyer against the credit default on a debt instrument, or to hedge against the foreign currency risk. Hedge is also to cover the risk though. But what's the answer in this case? You're buying a swap. मतलब definitely this is an element of exchange there, है ना? In credit default, matlab, what if the other party doesn't pay? Then who will give the coverage? So in this case, CDS is basically or to the area of slightly towards the safety area, है ना? So in this case, you are trying to save yourself from the credit default. So in this case, what's going to be the answer, everyone? The answer is going to be C. You have to protect yourself from the credit default of the debt instruments. Done, everyone? Everybody, please keep on liking this session, and if this session is helpful, please share it as well. Again, this is a question where I just put the particular match the following right away instead of giving you 4 different points. Everybody, when we talk about the types of derivatives, what are the different types of derivatives? Options, futures, forwards, and swap. Among these, a few are customizable, a few aren't customizable. Swap is related to the area of exchange. I give you something and get something in return. You know? And how do we define the options? Under options, we define options as a situation where one particular party says that this is at the option. Whether you want it or not, that would be determined on that very day itself. Whether this particular transaction is turning out to be helpful or not. Everybody, when we define the specific area of forwards matlab we are going to decide the particular price for tomorrow, not today, है ना? So in this case, when we talk about options, acha, options is basically you have the choice whether you want it or not. So technically A is one. Then we talk about futures and forwards. Futures is related to the area of standardized agreement, or futures is linked with the area of over the counter contract. Over the counter matlab where two parties are gonna sit together and make it customizable. Everybody, what's gonna be the answer? If we talk about the futures, it is based upon the area of standardized agreement, where they would be making an agreement for buy or sell. Forward is basically over the counter. You and I sit and make that particular amount. And last is swap. That means an agreement to exchange the goods between two parties. The currency exchange is going to be among the two parties. Yes, this is a good question to look forward to. At least it covers all the difficult points there. है ना? 1, 2, 3, 4 is the point. Nalina ma'am, very good. Babu sir, when we talk about this, option is basically it is your choice, you want it or not. At that point, when the price goes up or down. Futures is basically a standardized agreement is made. Forward is what? Forwards are basically the price is determined and it is basically agreement based. And last is swap. Swap matlab exchange. If you want this currency or that currency. Acha, here comes a question. Capital introduced by Mr. A is 3 lakh. Then further he introduced 50,000 during the year and Mr. A withdrew 2,000 per month, everyone, and the profit during the year was 20,000. Everyone, what's the closing capital according to this situation? What's the closing capital? Your opening capital is what? My opening capital was of 3 lakh rupees. You know? So during the year, I introduced more capital. Plus introduction of more capital, 50,000. Every single month he withdrew 2,000. So 2,000 into 12. So what happens in this case, everyone? 2,000 into 12. 2,000 into 12 matlab 24,000 goes into the area of annual drawings of this organization. Everyone, in this case, what will happen? Everybody, what's going to be the answer in this case? Your profit that you are adding it up is 20k. Everybody, what's going to be the point in this case? When we talk about your opening capital, which was 3 lakh, during the year you introduced 50,000 more. So you're at 3 lakh 50, then you withdrew 24. That means you are at 3 lakh 50,000 minus 24,000, and you also had 20,000 of profit. Technically, we are 3 lakh 46,000. Very good, Babu sir. Correct, Nalina ma'am. The correct answer is 3 lakh 46,000. Everyone, look at this specific question. It says Messrs. Omega Brothers, which was registered and has a following LIFO in terms of shares. Last in, first out. Whatever has been introduced recently goes first. Okay? Then it has changed the method from LIFO to FIFO method in 2009. They have changed it in time itself. Everybody, the objection of the auditor is justified because everybody, when we define this area, this is what the objection of the auditor. The auditor can definitely come up that array. Why are you moving from the LIFO to FIFO method? He has raised an objection. Change in the method should be done with the consent of the auditor. Method can be changed and not vice versa. Then change in the second should be done only if it is required by the statute. And last is method cannot be changed under any circumstances. What's going to be the answer, everyone? Last in, first out, matlab whatever comes last is going out first. Change in the method, the objection can be there. Why? I think the problem is when you are moving from one particular method to another particular method, you have to become stabilized. Otherwise, the particular point will come out to be different. Manohar sir, audio is low. Everybody else, is the audio low? Change in the method should be done only if it is required by the statute. Everyone always remember, in this case, we are supposed to follow consistency principle. If we, even if we would have changed, the change should be not very frequent in nature. It should be there, but not very frequent. Which of the following statements is correct about forward rate, everyone? Spot is the current rate, and the forward rate is basically your future rate. In case of direct rate, if the forward rate is more than the spot, the base currency is at a premium. है ना? Second is, oh, just a moment. Yeah. If the direct, in case the direct rate, if the forward rate is less than the spot, then it is at a discount. If in future it is gonna be expensive, if in future your share is gonna be expensive, your currency is gonna be expensive, everyone, then it is at a premium. If it is in the future, it's gonna be at a loss, it would be that particular amount, then it would be at discount at that point of time. So the forward premium or discount is expressed on the basis points. Huh? That is also correct. Forward points are there now. Whatever the differential rate is, the value of the currency into the number of days for which certain thing is there. That's how we calculate the forward points. One particular question of forward concept points I've done in the last marathon as well. Done, everyone? It is all of the above. Very good, Kumar sir. Always look at all these points now. Be very clear about it. Everyone, another question on cost of capital and capital structure. What's going to be the answer in this case? Just give me a minute, please. Anji, when we talk about the cost of capital and capital structure, matlab, how should our capital look like? Matlab, what amount of capital should be debt? What amount of capital should be equity? You know, debt, equity, what is the portion of reserves and surplus? All those things have to be taken care of because everything has a cost. You use your money, you don't use your money, you use someone else's money, all that thing has a cost there, isn't it? So the policy of the capital structure, policy of dividends, policy of investments, the companies affected by all of these, select the correct answer. Only one, two and three, one and three, or all of these. Very good. I'm getting the correct answer. It is all one. All of these are important. है ना? Acha, which of the following is correct, everyone? Here comes a question of WACC. Acha, there are two areas which I strongly believe would be covered in the examination from cost of capital. One is CAPM model, everyone, and then WACC. I expect at least these two topics would be there in the examination in one or the other way. They are super important. Which of the following statements is correct, everyone? Retained earnings of a company has no cost while arriving at WACC. नहीं. Retained earnings is basically a part of your savings itself. Na? The particular part of equity which is not distributed is called your or is called your retained earnings. So technically this also has a cost. You cannot say this is actually a myth that it has no cost. Flotation cost reduces WACC. वैसे opposite happens, flotation cost increases your WACC if you go to the question there. So this is also wrong. Normally the cost of equity is higher than cost of debt. This is true. Why, everyone? Cost of equity is higher because equity shareholder, acha, WACC is weighted average cost of capital. Hold on, this is capital asset pricing model, and this is weighted average cost of capital. These are the two different areas, everyone. So when we talk about this area, na, see, if I say that normally the cost of equity, if you give to someone, you are giving a part of your profit, the future profits, whatever you will earn. These people will get a chunk out of that profit, which is a huge amount, everyone. So cost of equity is higher than the cost of debt. No, that is actually true, that equity has more cost than that of debt. That is one part. Taxation is not considered everywhere. Taxation is considered. That is why we look forward towards the area of the debts there. We take loans so that we can actually cry in front of income tax department that I pay interest. ठीक है, they normally allow that particular amount as an expense, and that would reduce my profit as it will increase my expenditure. Done, everyone? Please keep on sharing the session and like the session as well, everyone, if you haven't done it yet. Everyone, when the exchange of currencies takes place on the second working day, then what will it be called? Everybody, is it spot or tomorrow? TOM or cash, or when we talk about it, it's ready? Everybody, when we have to settle something within the period of T plus 2 days, then it is a part of your spot. If it crosses the 2 day mark, then it is basically called whatever that particular thing goes on into that particular day. Everybody, when we talk about the transaction which would be basically ended within the T plus 2 days, transaction day plus maximum 2 days, is your strength in terms of everybody, when the transaction has to be completed within a period of that particular time itself which this paid, then this is called spot. What's going to be the answer in this case, everyone? That is spot. Acha, moving on to the next question. The next question says lease term is substantially less than the economic life of the asset. The lessee has the right to cancel the lease without paying any substantial penalties. What's this particular characteristic related to? There are different types of lease. Operating lease, financial lease, this is short term, this is long term. Sale and lease back, when I do not have enough funds, so what will I do? I'll sell you the asset and will take that asset from you on a rental basis. T plus 2 days is spot up. Above that, it would be basically forward. Everyone, when we talk about this area now, operating lease is short term. Then when we talk about the second is financial lease. Financial lease is long term. This is for less than that. No, the question is different now. The question says if it is beyond 2 days, then it is definitely forward. But this is basically that due date. Okay, place on the second working day after the date of the deal. We are currently at second working day. Beyond second working day, it is term. On the second working day, it is sorry. Beyond that amount would be basically a forward. Otherwise, on that day, it is term. Basically, it is like on first is TOD. If it is today itself, the transaction day plus one. If it is tomorrow, it is transaction day plus two. And beyond this, it becomes forwards. Okay? There's a difference in the question. क्वेश्चन का फॉर्मेट सिमिलर है, लेकिन पिछली बार के क्वेश्चन में आफ्टर T+2 days की बात थी, यहाँ पर उस दिन की बात की जा रही है. Everyone, the answer is operating lease. Whenever you cancel an operating lease, you are also attracting penalties on it because the particular organization has given you that. But since it's short term and you specified everything in advance, then this can happen that maybe there won't be any charges for it. Done? Everybody done? Now let's move on to the next point. This is basically ABC, which has got 100. This is a question from the book itself. Pata? The question says that you have got 100 lakh ka equipment. If you would have bought this equipment, it is 100 lakhs and leases it for 10 years. So you got a specific particular piece of land and you gave it to someone else. है ना? Everybody? See, when we talk about this particular lease, it is for 100 lakh rupees and it's for 10 years. Initial cost is negotiable and the lease rental is 6 lakh rupees. So every single year you have to pay 6 lakh rupees. Everybody, when we define this area, you are going to pay a lease rental of 6 lakh rupees every single year. And when we talk about this area, there is no initial payment involved. Matlab you didn't pay any extra money in the very beginning. Acha, everyone, you are paying, initial cost you have paid 6 lakh extra. Lease rental, every single you are paying 18 lakh for 10 years. है ना? If this is for 10 years, this is the topic is module C, sir. These questions are more from module C. If you are paying 18 lakh for how many years? It's for 10 years, na? You find the PV factor for this and for 10%, everyone. And then you get the answer. How do you find the PV factor? It is 1 divided by 1 plus rate. And in this case, click on equal to how many times? 10 times. Whatever total comes up, that would be the point. In this case, the answer is 110.61, everyone. Done, everyone. In this case, the answer is gonna be 110 lakh. Just find the PV factor of that particular amount and then just stick them together. Everybody, the present value is basically 18 lakh that you will be receiving every single year. Huh? So in this case, it is going to be your PV factor for those particular years multiplied by 18. That will give you the answer. Babu sir, module A is covered by ma'am only, na? I am covering B and C. Acha, this is a question on WACC, everyone. A very interesting question. In actual, this is a question that we have done in our book even. Look at this question. It says that XYZ Corporation is evaluating a capital structure. You're looking at debt and equity, everyone. Currently, the company's capital is basically 40% and 60%. This is your area of specifically the ratio in which they are. The debt is basically 18% and your cost of equity is 12%. So in this case, 40% and 60% of the debt and equity. If preference shares is also given, then preference share is also to be considered. Okay? They are contemplating increase in the portions of 60% and reducing equity to 40%. The cost of debt remains 8% and cost of equity remains 12%. Achha, this is 8% and this is 12%. Everyone, how do we calculate WACC? Weight multiplied by the rate in both the cases, and we'll get the answer. So in this case, we have got 60% and 40% of this amount. Okay, let's see. 60% of 40% of 8 is basically here we have 3.2 and 12 ka 60% is 7.2. 7.2 plus 3.2 gives me around 10.4 in this case. What's going to be the answer? The answer is given here. It is 10.4. What are we following? The WACC method. Someone was asking what is your WACC method? When we define the WACC, it is basically the cost of equity into the weight of equity plus cost of debt into the weight of debt. When we define this area of cost of debt, cost of equity, and the last one is cost of preference shares, and then everyone's in this case, this is a particular WACC, weighted average cost of capital. Done. Chaliye ji, moving on to the next question. This kind of question we can expect in the examination. Acha everyone, they are saying let's switch it up. Let's increase the debt to 60%. Acha theek hai. Debt is 60% now and equity is 40%. What was the percentage? What was the percentage of equity and debt, everyone? The debt was 8% and equity was 12. So this is 8. Debt was everyone. This is 60% into 8 and 40% into your equity portion was When we define this area, 8 into 4, we are looking at, अच्छा, अब तो new वाला आ गया ना, the new one has to be found out. This is 6 8 are 48, that is 4.8, and then everybody, what's gonna be the answer in this case? Everybody, what's gonna be the answer in this case? 6 8 are 48, and in this case 40% of equity. What was the value of equity? Equity was 12%. Everybody, in this case, what is happening? The proportion is changing, and that's it. And you have to keep on trying these permutation and combinations, because every single year the price will change. When we define this specific area, WACC, it is based upon this area itself. Acha, this is what we have done now. Everyone, next question. It says, if a company issues 5,000 shares at rupees 20 each. Acha, theek hai. The amount we received is 95,000, everyone. What is the amount credited to share capital? I issued 5,000 shares of rupees 20 each. Matlab, when I issued the total amount, I issued rupees 1 lakh. Out of this, people paid. Matlab, my paid up capital is 95,000. That means 5,000 is what? 5,000 is still pending. Unable to listen? Everyone? Chaliye, let's move on then. In terms of WACC, I've explained it in the previous part as well. In this case, the correct answer is 1 lakh, everyone. Why 1 lakh? Because your issued part is 1 lakh. Your paid up is 95. That's the rule now. Issued part is 1 lakh. When you issue it to the public, it was 1 lakh. अच्छा पानी है ठीक है Okay, next part is what is the effect of right issue on the shares of ownership on existing shares. Right share is basically you get a share at a you get a price, you get an offer that you can have another share. See, this is an offer, you can have another share at a lower price. When you can have another share at a lower price, what will you have? What is the effect of right issue of shares on the ownership percentage of existing shareholder? When we look at existing shareholder, what is happening? I already had 10 shares. The company offered that, Niharika ma'am, do you want 5 more share but at a price which is lower than the market? I will be like, definitely I would want that share. And if you want the share, otherwise you can give this particular right to buy the share at a lower price to XYZ as well. So in this case, what happens is it dilutes the ownership percentage of existing shareholder. No, new the existing shareholder still gets more share. Matlab it depends upon the particular person na what kind of share is he getting there. That part is definitely there. So then part is there, it has no effect on ownership, or it increases the ownership part or it decreases. If it would affect your ownership if everybody is basically not having that option, right? If you already have shares and you are getting proportionate offer, then in this case it is not going to affect your ownership at all. So it has no effect on the ownership. Okay? Okay. Oh, just a moment. Then what do you mean in context of the agency conflict? Who are the principals and who are the agents, everyone? Agency conflict says a few people say that the management. Acha, nahi. If I'm giving the answer, then what's the fun? When we talk about the area of agency relationship, who are the principals? Who are the agents? Managers and the shareholders. Shareholders are principals and managements are agents. Principals are shareholders. Agents are bondholders. There's no bondholder in it. There are two people involved. That is your manager. That is your shareholder and your manager. Basically, what happens is management takes care of the work while true owner is your shareholder, and normally both of them feels that the other party is getting the benefit and they are not getting the benefits in the way they want. So in this case, principal are your shareholders and your managers are basically the agents who are supposed to work according to them, right? Acha, next question everyone. A student purchases, just a moment. Hanji. Now, when we talk about this, a student who purchases a computer by obtaining a loan. Acha, I took a loan that is on simple interest. So the computer costs 60,000. The interest rate is 12%. If the loan is paid back after 2 years, what is the total interest paid? Matlab principal and interest, two different things. Huh? It is P into R into T divided by 100. It gives what? This is your 60,000 multiplied by 12%. Acha everyone, is this particular speed fine, Nalina ma'am? Or we can speed up further as well. Into 2 years. So that is going to be what amount? This is going to be 60,000 multiplied by 12% multiplied by 2 years. This is actually 14,400. This is a question from our book even. Pata hai? This is given in our IIBF book. The answer is 14,400. Now, as I told you, this is a question from the book itself. When they were talking about the basics of SI, na, this is given there. Your interest is basically P into R into T. When we talk about compound interest, in compound interest, what happens is your amount formula is P 1 plus R raised to power N. In simple interest, P into R into T is your only interest formula. This is the difference between the two. Done? Then when if in this question they ask you what is your total amount, then principal plus interest. 60 plus 14,400 makes it 74,400. Everyone, we always expect at least one particular question from this area should be from our book only. So that is why I always take up the question from the book. Okay, first of all, you should definitely do some questions which are exactly taken from as an extract from the book. The total amount to be paid back, same question converted into a case study. That means the paid back amount is 2 years, it is 74,400. I always believe there would be at least one question from the book itself, as it is. Without this, they cannot make a question. That is why they always create the value of Macmillan book by giving you these kind of questions. Nalina ma'am, all comfortable now? Manohar sir? Everyone, next question. What is the characteristics of bullet payment or balloon repayment method? When I'm repaying the loan, there's something called bullet payment. Matlab, bullet goes at a very high speed. So what's the point of giving a terminology bullet or balloon repayment? The loan amount is repaid in equal installments. The entire amount is repaid at the end of the period. The interest is paid periodically through the loan amount. Or the last point is the loan amount is repaid in irregular installments. What's going to be the answer, everyone? Balloon or bullet repayment means the entire payment is made at once. Done, ma'am. Let's go for it then. When we talk about bullet or balloon repayment, this is the payment which is made at once, everyone. Boom, and then the entire payment is made. Okay, achha, this question is given differently. Let me just correct it. This is made at once. The entire amount is repaid at the end. Bullet or balloon repayment. Okay? Just a moment, correcting it further so that you can get the correct answer. Now, next point, everyone. This is a question of a little longer, but this can be asked in the examination from the point of view of the numerical portion case study wala format. The running business was purchased by Ram with the following assets and liabilities: cash in hand, cash in bank, inventory, land and building, plant and machinery. Acha, owing from Mr. X, prepaid insurance, owing to Z, or interest received in advance. They have asked about the capital of Mr. Ram. Acha, the point is they haven't specified what to make. Asset side is given, liability side is given. They want you to find out what is the capital of the person there. The best part is just follow the specific area. Matlab, find your total asset first. Everyone, find the total assets. The total assets in this case is what? This is a very interesting question. Total assets: cash in hand, cash at bank, inventory, land and building, plant and machinery. These are all assets, है ना? And then we have owing from Mr. X. Matlab, Mr. X is supposed to pay us, isn't it? So this is also an asset. Prepaid insurance, I paid the insurance in advance, matlab I am chilling right now. That means 500 is also an asset. So add up all these assets, everyone. It is this 1000 rupees plus 5000 rupees plus 20,000 rupees plus 1 lakh rupees plus 50,000 rupees plus 12,500 plus 500, making it a total of 1,89,000. Okay, so that means the total amount is 1,89,000 is the total of assets. Everyone did the total of asset side, because total of asset side is equal to total of liability side. On your liability side, there would be the capital and the other liabilities. If 1,89,000 is your total there, from the total, just remove these two, the remaining would be your capital. So my answer comes out to be this only, minus 3750 minus 250 gives me 1,85,000. The answer is A. ठीक है ना? Acha, I didn't really give that answer in the particular slide, so I'm adding the answer even. Putting this in the particular slide itself, everyone, so that you don't face any problem there. Hanji. Now, oh, it was 1,85,000 now. The answer is A. Now moving on to the next question, everyone. This was a question. Given is the given information, rupees 3,40,000 is your sales. 3,40,000. Cost of goods sold. The revenue that you're having is 1,20,000. Selling expenses is 80K. And admin is 40K. Everyone remember 80K and 40K. Is it direct or indirect? This is indirect. This is not related to your production. So these are indirect in nature. To calculate your GP ratio, you have to calculate only the direct expenses. Indirect expenses do not give us the correct answer at all. So in this case, what's going to be the answer, everyone? What's going to be the answer? From sales, remove the cost. From 3,40,000, if you remove 1,20,000, what is left, everyone? We are left with 1,20,000. So the correct answer is 1,20,000. Acha nahi, 2,20,000 आया ना? Yep, it is 2,20,000 in this case. 3,40,000 minus 1 lakh. 1,20,000 gives me 2,20,000. Your GP is 2,20,000. If I have to find NPF as well, everyone, this question can be made earlier as well. When is it ratio is not asked yet, I'll be asking the ratio questions. I think after this we have ratio questions as well. So when we get this GP, sir, acha, if this particular question is converted into ratios, then what would be the ratios there? Let's calculate the ratios in this question even. Okay. If someone asks me what is the GP ratio in this case, GP ratio would be your GP is 2,20,000 and your sales is what? The sales is of 3,40,000. In the same case, they can also ask you what is the net profit as well. Yeah, sir, if this the same thing is asked, then what we need to do? Acha, this is basically GP. Need to change the question. This is basically just the GP. I think this was a case study format which I converted into this. In terms, GP is basically 2,20,000. Just a moment. I think volume wala issue is something many people have said. Let me increase that particular part further. Is it better now? In this case, what's going to be the answer? In this case, the answer is going to be 2 lakh 20 divided by 3 lakh 40. 2 lakh 20,000 divided by 3 lakh 40,000. Percentage is basically 64%. Is it better now? This is 64%. If I talk about NP ratio is gonna be what? Your GP is 2 lakh 20. From your GP, remove your indirect expenses, everyone. 2 lakh 20 minus this 40k minus this 80k. Your NP will be 1 lakh rupees. So 1 lakh rupees divided by this 3 lakh 40 will give you your NP ratio. Divide by 3 lakh 40, percentage is 29%. So this one question can be converted into at least a 4 or 5 question based case study. Okay? Okay. This is a specific question. Let me discuss. So this is the same question where they have given the case study wala format. Let's go for next question. Compound interest is calculated by multiplying the principal interest by the interest in time, earning interest on both the initial principal and the accumulated interest from the previous periods. Both A and B are true or none of the above. Everyone, multiplying the principal amount by the interest rate and time. In this case, whenever we talk about compound interest, what's going to be the answer, everyone? When we talk about the compound interest, and compound interest, you receive even interest on interest. So that particular part is clearly explained in B only. है ना? You get the money on this area. Acha, C point says both A and B are true. There's one problem then, ma'am. When we talk about this, this is multiplying principal with the rate and with the time. This formula is for simple interest. Compound interest is what? Compound interest is P 1 plus R raised to power N. Isn't it? There's a difference in this area. Okay, next part is in the front end interest scenario, the borrower receives what? The full amount of loan, the loan amount minus interest fees, and interest earned on the loan amount or nothing as the loan is not approved. This is also very interesting area. This is a particular definition given in the book regarding front end, the back end loans. No, ideally what we get is back end loans. Hint. Everybody, okay, let's talk about these. Front end loan is basically you get a loan. The principal that you are getting is after deducting the interest portion. Remaining amount is given to you. Second is you get the entire amount of loan and then you pay the interest along with it, which is basically more common in the banking area. So in this case, the correct answer is B. Very good, Nalina ma'am, along with Vanessa. Uh, Rajadurai sir, that's correct. In this case, it is the loan amount minus the interest and fees. Which scenario results in higher effective interest rate from the borrower, everyone? Higher effective interest rate. We have talked about effective interest rate as well in this class itself. Huh? Back end interest is calculated by larger amount, front end receives less amount of money, or both have the same effective interest rate, or it depends upon specific loan terms. What's gonna be the answer? Everybody? In terms of this area, there's one particular truth, everyone, that is higher effective interest rate in terms for the borrower. That is in terms of front end, you get lesser amount of money. In back end, you get more. So in this case, there's one particular truth. Front end interest as the borrower receives less money. B is the correct answer. Very good, ma'am. Acha, next part, bonds, everyone. This is module C there. A puttable bond allows the holder to. There are two specific kind of bond, callable and puttable. Callable matlab the company has the benefit. Puttable matlab where the benefit lies in the hand of the shareholders. Extends the maturity of the bond or sells the bond back to the issuer. Convert the bond into equity or none. Puttable bonds gives that particular benefit to the owner of that bond, everyone. Oops. Who gets the specific amount, everyone? In this case, the particular person, when we talk about this area, the answer is actually puttable bond is sell the bond back to the issuer at a predetermined price on a specific date. This benefit is given to whom? This benefit is given to the person who issues the, who is basically the investor. Okay, everyone, next question. There is a bond whose value is 1000, bears a coupon rate of 12%. Acha, theek hai. Interest is what? Interest is 12%, and what you wanted was 10%. Everyone, you wanted less. This particular bond will be definitely be at a premium. Matlab, if it is at a premium, 1900 is way too much. The difference in price is not of a huge amount. The interest is definitely way lesser. So this 1900 definitely doesn't make sense. Either it is going to be 1070 or it is going to be 1049. Everybody, what's going to be the point in this case, everyone? This is when we talk about the amount 120 rupees, 120 rupees, 120 rupees received every year, and in the last year you will receive this 1000 of the bond as well. है ना? So in this case, what's gonna be the answer? The answer is 1049. This is also book based question, pata hai? This is also given in their book. This is also in the book. Acha, next question. A company makes an issue of 5000 equity shares of rupees 100 each at par. The net amount is payable as follows. First call, acha, application is 50, first call is 25, final call is 25. A shareholder holding 100 shares did not pay the final call. There's someone who said that I cannot pay the final call, huh? And then his shares were forfeited. Share capital account will be debited by. What's the rule? Do you know? The rule says the share capital account which would be debited is basically the amount that is called up. How much money did we call up, everyone? That is to be considered in this area. In this case, how much money did we call? We called the entire 100 rupees. So technically, this 10 100 on 100 shares We have called the entire 100 rupees. So the entire share has to be cancelled. So if it is being reversed, so your capital has to be on the debit side. Done, everyone? Share forfeiture basically means the particular person, the share is cancelled. But if you want to cancel the share, the person should have missed out on your payments when you make on their respective time. Na? So everybody, what's gonna be the point here? The entire share is cancelled for this particular person, that is 10,000 rupees. Then comes to calculate a 3-month forward rate for US dollar euro pair, you need to adjust the spot rate. You need to adjust your spot rate with what? The current interest rate, the swap rate, forward rate differential, or historical exchange rate. Everyone, we're looking forward to euro and US dollar pair. Whenever you're looking at a specific pair, then you are always looking at two things. First is your swap rate. What would be your swap rate in this area? Nalla ma'am, see, in this case, you have called on 100 rupee, 100 shares, the entire amount of 10,000 rupees. So first of all, cancel the entire amount. Only then, whatever money that particular person has given you will go to your capital reserve. Because you can say that that person didn't really arrive after the particular point at all. So he didn't even tell me that he was a shareholder. Otherwise, the company is supposed to keep the dividends for these kind of shareholders who get anonymous. Okay? The companies are supposed to maintain it for a good amount of time. Otherwise, they get sued. So in this case, the correct answer is 2 and 3, everyone. Everyone, next question is which one of the following can be considered as the agency problem? Agency problem means related to the area of ownership of the organization. Then what's gonna be the answer in this case? Agency means your shareholder and your manager did not really have a good tuning. है ना? So in this case, what's gonna be the answer? In this case, the difference is basically the shareholder and the management. Similar kind of question we have recently done. Done, everyone. Let's move on to the next question. Everyone, this is a question on EPS, earning per share. When we talk about the earning per share is the earnings that you make on every share, and PE ratio is price earning ratio, which is true. Both of these vary with stock market, while debt equity ratio, fixed deposits are shareholders are taken as a part of debt. While calculating quick ratio, all current liabilities are not taken. This is not true. All current liabilities are taken, all current assets are not taken. Debtor turnover ratio is higher if the company sells more goods on credit basis than on cash basis. When we talk about the debtor turnover ratio, it is basically in how much time you recover the amounts, not based upon the credit sales. And even in terms of market price, PE ratio and EPS, Not the stock market is definitely not the one in terms of EPS one area. While calculating debt equity ratio, fixed deposits from shareholders are taken. That is something which we can look at. ठीक है ना? Everyone, next question. This is a question on calculation of how to calculate your GP. Can you calculate the portion of GP, everyone? Everybody? In terms of GP, how can we work? When we talk about the GP, it is basically opening inventory plus purchase minus plus direct expense minus closing stock. That will give you your COGS. From sales, remove that amount, or apply the trading account in this case. Everyone, how can we apply the trading account wala rule? It is basically what? Your opening inventory is 5570. Your closing inventory is 8880. Your purchases are 13816. Oops, and there's one more point. There is a purchase return. Remove this 390 from your purchases. And your total sales are of 15,248. From that, remove this 524, everyone. And import charges are of 1650. They are also to be included here as a direct expense, everyone. Okay, na? It's a direct expense. So what's gonna be your GP, everyone? GP is basically in this case opening stock plus the purchased plus the direct expense. And why not salary and wages? The term salaries is covered under indirect expenses or direct. It is a part of indirect expense. You pay salaries to the people who are working with you, isn't it? So in this case, the correct answer is going to be 2958, everyone. That is B. In the same case, if the question asks what is your net profit, if your GP is 2958, then what is the portion of NP, everyone? Find all the indirect expenses. There is only one indirect expense, that is of rupees 1000. So technically your NP is 1958. Done, everyone? Moving on to the next question. This is 1958. Second wala case is 1958. Everybody go ahead and look forward towards this question as well. Just update the answer there. The purchases include purchase of fixed assets? Nahi. Purchases cannot include the fixed assets because fixed assets are not goods. The sales also includes the area of fixed assets? Nahi. It doesn't include the area of fixed assets again. This is not linked with the sales there, goods there. The term opening inventory means the goods lying unsold at the end. This is at the beginning wale amount, है ना? And closing inventory is there, which is lying unsold at the beginning of the current accounting period. Opening inventory is basically the amount which is unsold for the last year. So in this case, the answer is actually C. No, it is the opposite. When we talk about this amount, the opening inventory means the goods lying unsold at the end of previous accounting period. Last year there was a closing stock which could not be sold, so it is going to be taken at this in this year. है ना? So the answer is actually C. Done. Next point, everyone. Here comes a question. Ramesh, the acceptor of the bill, has to honor the bill on 31st of March 2010. ठीक है, he is supposed to pay the bill on 2010. Due to financial crisis, he is unable to pay the amount of the bill of rupees 20,000. He cannot pay this amount of 20,000. Therefore, he approaches Ram on 20th of March 2010 that for extension of the bill. कि देखिए, since I cannot pay you the amount, can you extend the bill? Ram agrees कि ठीक है ना, this is what I can do. If you want to take more time, you take more time. Ram agrees to extend the bill period for a drawing new bill. He says, but I'll issue a new bill to you. Obviously, if the initial bill was for a certain amount and the person says, I need more time, why would you do that? In this case, what will happen? Everybody, in this case, what's going to be the answer? The point is, the particular bill could not be paid. Matlab, in this case, it got dishonored at one point of time. Then the new bill was yet to be issued. है ना? Everybody, in this case, what's gonna be the answer? The point is, we asked the particular person to pay. Since he didn't pay, the particular old bill was cancelled and new bill was issued. Everybody, in this case, what's gonna be the answer? That is cancelled. The bill is cancelled and a new bill is given. Here comes the next question. Everybody, what's the next question? The Kapoor brothers, which is registered in the year 2000, has been following straight line method. The organization said we'll be following SLM, but all of a sudden in the current year they wanted to change from SLM to WTV. Since such change would result in additional depreciation of rupees 200 as a result of. When we talk about this specific area, we are allowed to change the method, everyone. There is no harm in changing the method, provided it is providing you a better view of the books of accounts. So change in method should be done only when there's a consent of auditor. No, it is not about the auditor, it is about our presentation is better or not. Then depreciation method can be changed from WTV to SLM in the books of accounts. As such, this is allowed, but on the day of it is on the day of, for example, our this specific data whether it's a public holiday or something, then they would just divide their particular asset into multiple areas. Everybody, when we talk about this area, This method change is absolutely fine and justified till the time it shows the true and fair view of the organization. Everybody, when we define the depreciation, changes are good, but changes have to be specified and it must be related to the area of justification. Everyone, next question. What is the COGS, everyone? Opening inventory is given, purchases is given, direct expenses given, closing inventory is given, and indirect expenses are given. What is the value, everyone? Ma'am, I think another half an hour. Max by half an hour. Let's talk about the cost of goods sold, everyone. COGS is what? COGS is your opening stock. वैसे I think we can finish it a little early and अभी तो I think I am left with, yeah, I think we can finish it a little early. Most of the questions that I want to discuss are done. Hardly a few more questions are left. If we do it quickly, then we were good to go. Acha, one more thing, everyone. I'll be coming up with Chalisa. Okay, the Chalisa, the basically the quick revision of the entire syllabus that would start at around 4 p.m. So kindly be there. It must be around 2 hour class in which you can quickly cover up the entire syllabus. Okay, so what you can do is either you can increase the speed if you want to, or listen to it at the same speed. So just go through that. Okay, opening stock is given plus your purchases plus your direct expenses minus your closing stock. Your purchases are opening stock is 8500. You purchase 30,700, everyone. Direct expenses are 4800 and the closing inventory is of 9,000 rupees. So in this case, what's going to be the correct answer? It is 8500 plus 30,700 plus 4800 minus 9,000. The answer is 35k, everyone. Done. Cost of goods sold is given 70,800. Sales is 130,200. What's your GP, everyone? Simple. From your SP, remove your CP. From 130,200, remove your 70,800, giving you 59,400. This is your GP, everyone. Done. Next point. What is the formula for ITR? Inventory turnover ratio. COGS upon average inventory, sales divided by total assets, then net profit divided by total assets, or sales divided by average account receivable, everyone. Inventory turnover ratio is your sales divided by, or actually COGS divided by average stock. If COGS is not given, then we take sales, but this is the particular formula which is used for ITR. Correct, ma'am. Next question, everyone. Let's talk about the DuPont analysis, which is a part of return on equity. DuPont analysis, everyone. Hmm. When we talk about the DuPont analysis, is it the profit margin and the asset turnover? Then plus financial leverage or GPNP operating or liquidity ratio, solvency and efficiency, or ITR, debt, equity, and current ratio. When we talk about DuPont analysis, this is based upon the earnings of your equity exclusively. So in this case, the correct answer is your A itself. Your profit margin, your asset turnover, and your financial leverage. Leverage matlab the loans that you have taken from people, है ना, to run your business. Done, everyone. Now let's move on to the next point. The next point to this question is the time interest earned, the times the interest is earned because of what, everyone? Why do we follow the time interest? Everybody done with the point? The times the interest earned ratio is what? Interest earned is basically how many times you are able to cover your interest part based upon your earnings. The number of times your interest is earned before tax and interest expense are deducted. Matlab, can we pay off the interest or not is covered in this area. Next question. Which of the following statements best describes the role of back office, everyone? Front office takes care of the front end, or it talks about your basic people who are working under this particular area. All these things are a part of what? Your the part of the front end. Front end takes care of your queries, it takes care of the accept of the deposit, cancellation of tests and all. But what does the back office do? The back office is looked forward towards the client facing personnel who focus on sales and services. Nahi, company doesn't allow these people to do this particular task. है ना? The back office is not responsible for marketing, everyone. They're responsible for solid work, isn't it? So in this case, what's gonna be the answer? The back office is involved in administrative and the work that they were dealing with forex and then still filling the chills. Everybody, when we define this specific area, back office is responsible for the working or entertaining the work of the front end. Front end, whatever they bring up, if they say that there's a particular person who was born in this particular organization, you know the parent, you know the particular details, right? Everyone, when we talk about what is the purpose of RBI guidelines, RBI prepares these guidelines so that the particular banks are not exploited by the people. Everybody, when we talk about the RBI guidelines, RBI guidelines clearly says that whatever you are doing in this area, this is done to increase the profitability, payment transactions, to safeguard the customer interest, to promote the use of cash. Nahi, you are actually reducing the use of cash. Na? Last is to reduce the number of intermediaries. In this case, what you are dealing with is to safeguard the customer's interest. You are doing this. है ना? Everyone, next question. Premium received on issue of shares is credited to the share premium account, but not to the P&L. Obviously, this is not a part of P&L actually. Share premium is not a trading profit. It is not distributed to the shareholders. It is correct. Security premium reserve is basically a specific reserve which can be used only for a few specific reasons. It is not used for the entire amounts, everyone. So in this case, this part is absolutely correct, that this is correct. Done now. Next question. What are the specific ratios, everyone? Arrange these ratios in the ratio of their liquidity. Maximum liquidity to least liquidity. First is your super quick ratio, then is your quick ratio, then is your defense ratio, and then we have our current ratio. So I think my answer is basically linked with C. Sorry, I was looking at D. They say highly liquid to less liquid. Na? So in this case, when we look at this highly liquid, maximum liquidity is not in this area. With it, this goes like this: current ratio, then the quick ratio. In this case, what's going to be the answer? The maximum, the particular liquidity. Matlab, if someone asks me that, Niharika ma'am, pay me 10K right away, that part is done under second part. Matlab, current ratio is the first. After current ratio, we have the quick ratio. Then we have the super quick ratio. And last is your interval ratio. ठीक है ना? Everyone, E Limited has allotted 10,000 shares to the person there, an applicant of 14,000. Acha, the person applied for 14,000 share, and we said sorry, we have only 10,000 share for you. The being the application money, another 6,000 shares were refunded. Uh, Everyone, when we define this, the people applied for 14,000 shares, but there's a limit to it now. We could give them only 10,000 shares, so we'll give them those 10,000 shares. So they say that the amount payable on application was rupees 2. Sitaraman applied, he applied for 420 shares. What is the amount of shares that is allotted to him? Everyone, when we define this specific area, the person who would have asked for the full amount, if he doesn't get the entire amount, then he will definitely ask for more. Everybody, what's going to be the answer in this case? The point is, the particular person has applied for 420 shares. He wouldn't have got the entire amount, है ना? So in this case, what is happening? When we define the specific area, everyone, people apply for 14,000, we gave them 10. People applied for 240 shares, obviously we're gonna give them less than this amount. That means for sure this is gonna happen. So what do we do? The total is 14,000, applied, allotted is 10,000, multiplied by our allotted is 420. This is the formula. If you keep below the allotted one, then in the opposite side, when we talk about this particular area, this 42 420 share is what he applied for. So in this case, 14,000. This is for 420 divided by 14. This is 10,000 divided by 14,000 multiplied by 420 gives me an amount of 300 shares. My answer is 300 shares, everyone. Very good, sir. Next question, everyone. These shares which are in which addition to the fixed preference dividend carry a rate to participate in the surplus profits, if any, after dividend at the stipulated rate has been paid to the equity shareholder are called. Everyone, first of all, the dividend is paid to the equity shareholder and then to these people. But they have a stipulated right as well. They have got this particular right that whatever is coming in terms of the pan there, he would definitely look forward to it. Whatever the organization is making. Everybody, when we define this specific area now, always remember that when we talk about the extra money that you are having, extra money is what? Extra money is participating preference shares, where you participate even in the super surplus of the organization. Not only the normal surplus, but also the super surplus. Next question. A company issued 50,000 shares of rupees 20 each at a premium of 5%. Acha. 5% matlab 20 ka 5%. 20 into 5%. That means rupees 1. है ना? Then which were payable on application and balance on allotment. Okay. So in this case 10 rupees were payable on application and remaining was on allotment. 21 rupees becomes total because 10 rupees is basically application and your 11 rupees is your allotment, where the total amount comes out to be 21 rupees in terms of the share value. Everyone, what's going to be the answer in this case? We have asked the people that they have to pay allotment as well. Na? The allotment is of 50,000 shares. Allotment is 21 into 50,000 shares. That makes... No, this question says issue is 50,000, 20%, 10 is payable on application, balance on allotment. Okay, in this case that is 50,000 into your 11 rupees. 5 lakh 50 is the total amount that you are paying inclusive of your premium. This includes your premium, everyone. है ना? So the answer is 5 lakh 50. Correct. Next, this is done now. Next question, everyone. Which type of share capital is mentioned in memorandum of association and the maximum amount of capital a company can raise? Issued capital, subscribed capital, called up or authorized? Everybody? What is the part of the capital there, everyone? Which type of the capital is mentioned in MOA and MOA? Maximum capital that can be raised. The permission that you have taken is of authorized capital. ठीक है ना? The maximum that capital is can be raised is authorized. Done? Everyone, which of the following statement is or are correct? Dividend paid is always shown as an operating activity. Depreciation and amortization being a non-cash expense are deducted from the net profit before tax and extraordinary items. Both A and B or none of the above. Dividend paid for your whatever amount of dividend do you pay is always a part of your um, financing activity. Everyone has to keep their shareholders happy, so it is a financing activity for everybody. Depreciation and amortization is a non-cash expense. This is correct. So this is only B. अच्छा रुकिए, depreciation and amortization are deducted नहीं. अच्छा ठीक है. This is to be added back. This is also wrong. Everyone, depreciation has to be nullified. Amortization also has to be nullified. So this is actually added back. I thought this is deducted return. This is added return. Both are wrong. Everybody, let's end the particular session here. So I still have, let's see how many questions are left. No, I still have good number of questions left. So what I'll do is I think let's just give that particular question answer in terms of the virtual library. We'll try to put it there itself, na? ठीक है ना? There are so many questions that we are done with. Let's do one last question, everyone, and then we can call it a day. What say? Let's discuss this last question for the day, everyone. The last question for the day can be this. ये तो हो गया ना? ओहो. From the following details, estimate the capital. Your capital is given. Your opening capital is what? Your opening capital is 4,10,000. The money that you withdrew from the business is 40,000. The profit you made during the year is added or subtracted. The profit is added. It is 50,000, everyone. Let me know what is your closing capital. That is 4,10,000 minus 40,000 plus 50,000, giving you an amount of 4,20,000. So that's it for the day, everyone. I hope this particular session was helpful for you. If it wasn't, please go ahead and share your love. Please go ahead and like the session. Subscribe to the channel right away, everyone. Along with this, prepare well, prepare hard. Tomorrow, let us know the entire whatever comes in your examination in our Telegram channel. Please keep on sharing the particular examination. Okay, the ones who are going for the morning shift, especially, we'll be having our analysis in the morning tomorrow. The timings for the analysis are also given on our YouTube channel there. Let me share that part with you as well. The analysis would be tomorrow at tomorrow we'll be having our analysis at 11 and 5. So we're gonna have the analysis at 11 a.m. and at 7 at that 5 p.m. So everyone who's gonna be in the morning shift, I request you all, let's be please be there at 11 a.m. so that all the people who are going for the second and the third shift, they can be helped. And please keep me updated in my Telegram channel as well. Okay? Chaliye. Thank you so much for being there, everyone. I hope this particular examination of yours goes well, and all the very best for tomorrow. Keep on working hard. You never know when things work out for you. Everyone, those who are half prepared and still preparing properly, give yourself the space to prepare properly. If possible, rest a bit, because back to back examinations definitely takes away the brain, right? That means you get exhausted. So please make sure that you are giving yourself the required rest as well. Thank you so much for being there, everyone. God bless you. I'll be meeting you tomorrow. Please be there in the evening as well as in the morning as well, so that we can have a word and we can make something out of that particular paper. This is how the paper went on to. Thank you, everyone. Bye bye and take care.